Thank you.
Good morning, welcome along to this workshop, LTP workshop for asset and activity plans. Welcome to those who are joining us on the live stream. Just a reminder that the discussion today is all around open and transparent decision making. And to that point, we don't actually have any decisions that we're making. We're having discussions, so for those people who are joining on the live stream and think that this is where we're making the decisions, no, this is where we kick off discussions and prepare the documents that will come to council at a later point, and that's where the decisions are made. Councillors, you can express opinions, but really it's all about keeping an open mind by the time we come to making decisions. There's no public involvement in the workshops. It's a chance for both councillors and mana whenua representatives to discuss the matters. The public consultation follows later. I've got apologies from Councillor Stewart and also from Reverend Cook. No others, so I'll move. They're accepted. Seconded, Rhea. So thank you for making the time available today. I know it's a long day, and Rhiannon, I'll pass over to you, or Dina is going to introduce.
I don't think there's anything really to be said. People know how the last one went. Same.
Excellent, same purpose. So Stephen, the big red chair is yours. Welcome along as we start off with an overview of aquatic services.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Right, aquatic services. Now, just forgive me, I don't really work these very often. Hey, there we go. So aquatic services, the activity is to provide health and well-being services to the community. People can come and learn to swim, play sports, and engage in recreational sort of activity. Some of the sports that we sort of host, just in case anyone isn't aware of what we have there, we have water polo, canoe polo, springboard diving, which is a new one that just started up this year, underwater hockey synchro, just to name a few. So there's other things that happen there. We have tri clubs that come in and all that sort of stuff. So it's quite a busy sort of place. We are sort of the largest aquatic facility in Southland, obviously, and south of Dunedin, and just sort of where people can come and enjoy the the hydro slides, diving boards, that sort of stuff. So just some safe indoor fun for Southland as we need in this climate. So for aquatic services to align with our strategic priorities and the community outcomes, we need to look at changing the focus to accommodate more recreational activities for rangatahi. So that's freeing up more diving board time, creating more space in other areas of the pool for them to engage in at the right times. So evenings and weekends. But also acknowledging the changing demands of the community, where we have an aging population. Rehabilitation accessibility into our pools is restricted, so we need to look at how we can cater for that. We need to ensure that our financial barriers are not restricting our participation by keeping the admission costs affordable. We are one of the dearer ones in the South Island, not the dearest, but one of the dearer ones, and it is a barrier to participation. So if we increase the cost too much, then we could see a decrease in participation within the community. And then providing a safe environment for people to enjoy that is inclusive of everyone. So the current budget for this financial year, we have an operational expenditure of 3.8 million and an operational target revenue take of 3.8 million with a rates draw of approximately 953,000. We have 20 7 full-time equivalent staff. Most of those are made up of part-timers and casuals, although we have about sort of 15 full-time staff as well. So our average headcount in total is around about 75, and that's important we can maintain that moving forward for the safety of our users. So maintaining our levels of service to align with the strategic priorities and community outcomes for the 23-24 and beyond. There's we have some issues that need to be addressed, and some of the options that could be increasing our participation levels, looking at alternative funding and revenue streams. Our revenue target for those years is quite ambitious, at around about 2.7 million. Just to put that into context, the last financial year we're sitting around about $2 million, which is the best the pool's done since it's opened. So we are always trying to do better. So we do that, try to meet targets, but we have to be realistic at the same time. So that's a reforecast of revenue down to about 2.3, which still gives us a good target to achieve, higher than what we did last year, but also looking at that, how that affects future years as well. Staffing is always an issue for Splash Palace. We tend to employ quite a young staff, so we can employ people from 16. Generally, our average age is about 21, or slightly younger. That's probably by myself. We have an inability to attract older staff that want to have a career in the leisure sort of services or leisure activities. And we're also competing with other jobs like Mitre 10, Kmart, and supermarkets. So I noticed last week, Countdown was advertising roles for $25 an hour, which is competing with our staff as well. So
can you pull that mic in, Stephen? Can you pull that microphone out a little closer? Thank you.
Sorry. So Countdown advertising roles for about $25 an hour, which competes with us. We have quite a responsibility for our staff to maintain people's safety, provide rescues, perform first aid and that sort of stuff. So there's a high expectation of them to perform. Whereas in other jobs, there's that life-saving or the rescuing and potentially saving someone's life and doing CPR doesn't always sort of fit in with their work. The recruitment time for a fully trained lifeguard from recruitment through to, from advertisement through to recruitment is about 10 to 12 weeks. So that's extended out by the police vetting process that we have. So, we have about 4 or 5 weeks of advertising and interviewing. Then we have a police vetting process, and they can't start at work until that police vetting's back. And then we do the training and then get them onto poolside. So it's quite a long period. Our current staff only need to give 4 weeks notice. So there's a bit of a gap in that space. So quite often we are working to our number or below that, and the staff are required to do extra shifts. And the average length of service for a lifeguard is about 15 months. As I said, we bring them in quite young. They're sort of seniors at high school. Quite often they go off to university, which gives them that 15 sort of month period that they're staying with us. And the range of services that the facility makeup is not in step with a fast-changing community. So that would be aging population, the changing spaces, and the rehabilitation side of pools, which we don't have, and there is not a lot of that in Invercargill, I think the hospital's got the rehabilitation pool. It's not utilised that well or open very often. And the other one is at Ruru School, which is the special needs school up in the north end of town. Our fees and charges are already high. Further increases to these will create a negative effect and reduce participation. As mentioned that before, it's already probably quite difficult for those on their discretionary spend is quite limited already. You know, young people, family, elderly. So it's important that we can try and keep those fees and charges as community orientated as possible. And also there's increased costs of products and contractors that we're seeing over recent sort of 12 months with COVID and everything like that, sort of just increasing that. For Splash Palace, our compliance sits with Pool Safe accreditation. So that's a national recognised accreditation that sits with Recreation Aotearoa. Basically every 12 months we have like a sort of like a peer review audit done by another person in a facility in New Zealand who's trained to do this, who check our health and safety systems, our supervision guidelines, our processes and procedures, make sure our staffing numbers are correct and they're all qualified. And we also have a duty to comply with the NZS 5826/2010, which is our pool water treatment standards, and that one's purely around the safety of our bathers in the pool, making sure that the pool is treated properly and that there's no excessive chemicals in the pool that can do any harm to someone. All right, opportunities for cost savings. We did an exercise in 2022 which highlighted several different options to reduce, provide cost savings. That was to look at our products that we utilise and see if we could find some alternatives for a better price. I'm sure everyone's aware or heard of BOC gases increasing their CO2 prices quite considerably. We use CO2 in the treatment of our water, where the price tripled. So it went from about 30,000 a year to was going to hit up to 90,000. So that prompted us to do some bit more research into what we were using. In the end, we ended up finding another CO2 supplier that brought the cost back down to what we were originally planning with BOC. So brought it back with the budget. So quite happy with that. The improved efficiency in the learn to swim school. So we put in some minimum class levels. We don't run classes if we don't have enough numbers for them because it was sort of costing us money. So we've implemented that already. And we've also implemented the change in weekend operational hours, which went live in May, which has been a successful change. In addition to those cost savings, there were some other opportunities to increase revenue that have also been identified. That was looking at progressing with the lease of a rental of a space to like an allied health or physiotherapist type service. That would complement the facility. We have a lot of physiotherapists using the facility already, so having them inside our four walls sort of makes sense. And then just a continued improvement in our commercial performance of the cafe and retail services. And just on that, you know, that has done reasonably well. And we look back at our budget and that. When I said before, we took around about $2 million of revenue, $600,000 of that came from our retail and cafe space. So that's, if we didn't have that, then obviously we'd be looking at a higher rates take than what we would have. So it's really important that we focus on these subsidiary services that are still really found in aquatic services to offset that rates take. Okay.
So what's the majority of that split then, Stephen, between retail and cafe? Is the majority of it cafe or all retail?
Mostly cafe. It's I think we did around about 120, 130 in the retail, and the rest was cafe.
Thank you.
So proposals for new or lifted level of services. Alterations to changing rooms to create some more private change cubicles. The way the demand has, or the change in the trend of the use of the changing rooms is changing within the community. So identifying, or that basically the how we use them has changed, and then let's put more focus on our private changing cubicles, which is then we don't have enough of those, so we only have 5, and the demand on that has increased. So therefore we have more people waiting to access these private changing cubicles. So some pools, these were newer pools have put in, like Christchurch, like a changing village, which is all private changing cubicles. So increasing the amount of private changing cubicle space would be a lifted level of service for us, and provide a better outcome for the community and people using the facility. And obviously we have our new pool services that we've outlined in our LTP strategic projects, which consists of rehabilitation pool, a smaller lap pool, spa and cold pool, sauna, etc. Yep. And last slide, measuring performance. So at the moment our KPIs are just measuring the number of visits per head of Invercargill city population. Our user satisfaction survey is 85% or more rate the overall quality as satisfactory or above. Time when a minimum of 4 25-metre public lanes are available swimming. That KPI is more aligned to the demand on the pool, with clubs and sports that want to access it, and what we can provide to our public in terms of lane swimming and aqua jogging. Times to keep pool within operating guidelines of New Zealand Standards 5826 2010, which is the pool water quality standards. And we've got a couple of new ones that we're looking at implementing. A number of unplanned pool closures is decreasing annually. So unplanned pool closures, sort of people doing a fecal incident in the pool and other bits and bobs like that.
The infamous Code Brown.
Yeah, the Code Browns. So anyway, and we have draft Learn to Swim participation numbers are maintained or increasing, so we're just going to start capturing that number on our Learn to Swim, and hopefully try and increase that. And that's the last slide. Any questions?
Councillors. Trish.
I've got a few. You said that you were hoping to get revenue of 2.3 or 2.6, or reduced to 2.3. Is this achievable?
No, as I said, that it would have to drop. 2.3 would be, 2.6 is probably not achievable at this stage, unless we increase our participation numbers and do some more work in that space. 2.3 sets it above our current level, so it gives us a target to work to, and it gives something for the team to sort of drive and push themselves. We don't want a target that's too easy for us. We want to challenge ourselves.
Good on you. I was just going to have a couple of questions about staffing. Am I right? Is it 4 months sort of from the time you advertise to the time they're actually trained to work in the pool?
Yeah, 10 to 12 weeks.
Yeah, it's quite a long time, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, because I'm just thinking, say you lost 2 people in that time or whatever, you know, you're sort of caught, because do you do any sort of forward planning?
We have a sort of like a wee partnership going with the YMCA, where we run, 3 or 4 courses a year through the YMCA. So they run the course, and we take sort of casual staff from that. So we try and build up a casual pool. You'll notice that we had 15 casuals listed. So we try and build up that casual pool so that when we do need staff, they're available and free to come and slot into those positions, to try and reduce that that downtime, or that pressure on other staff to pick up extra shifts. And it probably is important to know that through the last 2 years we haven't had to close the pool at all. when we've had difficulties with staffing and that sort of stuff. So the team have actually really come to the party. They've picked up extra shifts and kept the place going for the community.
Do you actively engage with the schools?
Not at this stage. No, that is one of our plans. The YMCA does go around the schools with their for their courses and that sort of stuff. Yep.
I'm just thinking, if we could match what the kids need and what you need.
Yep.
And also thinking about, I'm sure you do this, thinking about university, back to university, you'll obviously have a plan for anticipating that. Do you?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, we have trends that we know when sort of staff are going to be coming and going, so we can forward think that sort of thing. Like forecast the change.
Quite a logistical nightmare.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
No worries. Thanks.
Thanks. Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just firstly, Steve, want to acknowledge the sort of pressure that you've been under with pool staff around the sort of recent sort of challenges around changing, and it's not an easy process. Looking from the outside, so I really appreciate the work you've done here, and I know you're intense to try and get a resolution for everyone, which is not always easy. So thank you. A few questions. Just had a bit of a scan of charges. We're actually cheaper for adults and more expensive for kids and families than Dunedin and Queenstown. So that's interesting when we're trying to attract more rangatahi. So that's something maybe for reflection. How many users annually?
So this financial year is just finished. We've just got 370,000.
Right. Okay.
So that's up from 240,000 the year before.
Good.
Yep. Time frame for the alterations to the changing rooms to get I think you said a village, more of a village type service. I can't give you a time frame on that. Is it in the next 12 months though, or?
Well, we'd have to work with the property team on.
Yeah,
that
but
one.
that would be your intention, obviously.
Yes.
Okay. Top three costs.
Top three costs.
Yeah.
Staffing, 1.8 million.
Yeah.
Then power, heating, electricity, that sort of stuff. It's about another $600,000.
Yeah.
And then it's just down to any other small operational costs.
Yeah. Right. Okay. That's all for me. Thank you.
Ria?
Thank you, Stephen. Just firstly, the comms that the pool sends out to their clients has been really, really good. It's always engaging, always forward focused. So just wanted to say that that's really good. The other thing I want to touch upon is the opportunities for future services to offer. Of course, that's going to cost some initial money to do that. But I was wondering I picked up about the aquatherapy, hydrotherapy pools, and the fact that you mentioned the hospital has unsuitable hours. Is there a future plan to add more hydrotherapy services to our pool, making that available so that it can be not only just a leisure activity, it can also be quite healing, because those needs around the southern south have been identified that we just don't quite have enough. So there's a gap in our market.
It's included in the plan on the LTP strategic project, so it's not looking at being delivered at this stage till 29-30.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's where that sits at the moment.
Okay.
Nobby, then Tom, then Peter.
Yeah, Stephen, a couple of things. You talked about the police vetting, that sometimes that slows the process down. My understanding of 2 levels of police vetting, the normal one, which takes time. You can fast track it, but there is an additional cost. So you aware of the fast track?
No, I'm not. We just do the police vetting that's applies to the
you can fast track it. Social services fast track it, but they pay something like about $50 to get a fast track. So I just thought I'd signal that with you, because if you have an urgent need, you can get the police vetting, because that tends to hold things up as well. The other issue is the issue of fees and charges. I guess you don't want to hear what I'm about to say, which is actually reducing your income. But do we going forward? Do we need to have some ability to target more cost-effective services for people that might be on community cards, or are under budgetary services, or might have a health referral? Do we have that capacity now, and is it something
Yeah,
I know it
it's,
reduces your income, but I mean,
yeah, no, we're currently doing that at the moment.
Okay.
Mayor Clark, we offer community service discounts of, I think it's 25%, and with doctors referring people to the pool, we have a green prescription that we're a part of.
okay. Oh, yeah, thank you. I guess the last question for me is something that Trish raised as well, I think. Or no, Grant raised as well, which is the private change rooms. Not many of those in the middle cluster. When you say you got to talk to our team about property team about doing it, it doesn't really fit with the current building, does it? Like, there's no real capacity to put another 10 or 15 in there, is there?
Unless it's a major scale internal redevelopment, which may affect some walls, no, it'd have to go external to the building, current building.
Yep. Thank you.
Tom.
So I think of what you said, the main concern I would have would be about the transfer of costs from users to ratepayers. People have still got to pay for it, of course. And therefore, when I look at the gap between required revenue and what you expect to get, the gap's about 10% or so. If I look then at the user charges, 10% would be less than $1 extra for each of them. So my question would be whether what evidence you would have that somebody who pays $7 would now pay $7.50, for example, whether that would actually stop them from coming to the pool.
It has in the past, when we've increased our fees and charges, been an issue for some people, that they feel that they're double paying as well with the rates and the entry costs.
Thank you. Peter.
Thank you. We're catering for the ageing population down there at the pool. Southland Hospital at Kew Hospital do have their own pool, and a lot of elderly people go there also. Are we competing against the hospital, or are they competing with us?
No, I feel that the hospital pool, from what I understand, and I've been involved with their pool over the last 18 years, now and then, is that quite often they have issues and it's not open to anyone else outside of the rehabilitation services that they provide, so it's not open to public or anything like that. It's very limited, from what I understand.
Thank you.
That's correct. That's right.
Leslie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Stephen, do we as pools have a relationship with ACC? I ask because I've noticed an increasing trend for ACC claimants to need pool passes as part of rehabilitation, and I'm just wondering if we've ever thought about a special price to encourage that.
I'm not sure if our relationship sits directly with ACC. That's more the provider of the like the physio or the doctors, but we have plenty of physiotherapists that come in for rehabilitational services, which I'm sure there would be an ACC component to that.
Yeah, and has that been ever? Have you ever had feedback that there's a bit of a barrier in the price of our pool passes for that category?
No, not as far as I'm aware, no.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any more questions? Bobby.
Just a final one, not really a question, but just to follow on from Tom's suggestion that moving an entry fee 10%, I guess we're hearing from Stephen that puts up a bit of a barrier initially, but I think that tends to plateau out after a time. I mean, when I look at the big picture for council, I see us putting best part of 700,000 into a stadium, more than $1 million into a library, I guess, that we fund through rates as opposed to user pay. And I just wonder whether we've got the balance right. You know, do we provide, given the health benefits of being active and stuff like that, whether we've got that balance right, whether somewhere along the line we need to look at whether we have more of a shift towards rates as opposed to user pays.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is a balancing act in that if you subsidise for high needs, low income areas a little more. You can get your numbers up and boost your income that way. The other question, I guess, that we face as governance, and what Stephen's putting to us, is our contribution. Rates contribution is 900,000 roughly per annum at the moment, Stephen.
Yeah, that's for this financial year. It wasn't that last financial year.
But we also had periods of closure during lockdown as well in the previous 2 years.
I guess the
thing
side-
is, though, do we? Sorry, I've just finished that. Do we increase the amount of what we call public good? You know, do we up that and go? We believe that our interest is making sure that healthy activity is accessible for all our residents, and that's something that I think we can consider through the LTP process.
I think the other side of the equation, of course, is if it becomes too popular because you're reducing the user pay component, then Stephen might have more demand that he can cope with. So
I don't think we'd subsidise the likes of the Hydroslide. But, you know, mind you, if you run up those stairs often enough, to get your heart rate up. Michael?
Thank you. Through yourself, Chair. I just want to remind councillors, when they're looking at the user pay scenario, they are only looking at the service components with all of our facilities that we provide a service within. The facility itself is actually, with no service being provided, is actually rates funded. So the building itself is provided by the council. But then the service is then applied on top, and the user equation that you look at is about that service. That's a fundamental choice that's been made by council in the past around all of the facilities, and we continue to operate in that manner. So the split you're hearing is in relation to the service that's happening within the facility. Just want to be clear on that.
Yep. Just while we examine the subject of services, Stephen, I'll throw in the thorny question that's plagued us a couple of times in the past. Do you believe, as manager, that there is potentially sufficient demand for on-site gym services?
Can you please repeat that?
Do you believe that there is demand for on-site gym services?
Yes, I believe there is, but however, there's gyms popping up left, right and centre around town, and you would have to change the focus to be a gym swim access only. So if you're a member of the pool, you'd be a member of the gym, something that another gym service doesn't provide. Pools that genuinely have gyms do reasonably well in terms of their revenue to rates ratios.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's one of those balancing acts when we have to be careful about how we compete against the private sector. But it was something that was raised with us a couple of years ago. Councillors, any other questions? Leslie?
Just because you've raised that one, Mr. Chair, if it came down to it, Stephen, you would prefer an on-site physio possibility over an on-site gym?
The on-site physio, we have sort of that capability to provide that now in space inside the facility. A gym would be something that we, that I would like, although I would not want to operate it because I'm not a gym person, as we can clearly tell. But I think that's something that we could look at, if council wanted to, in the LTP strategic projects.
But the on-site physio would be a much easier thing to put in place because basically the facility can cope with it with very little adjustment.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, thanks, Stephen. Always good to hear from another fellow bodybuilder.
Thank you very much.
Good work.
We should build in other directions sometimes. Appreciate that, and councillors, thank you for the questions. Caroline and Chris, thank you for arriving early because that's fortuitous. If you want to come up and take a seat and take us through parks.
Good morning. Good morning.
Do you want to pull that mic around, please, Caroline?
I can do, yeah. So, good morning, Caroline Rain. I'm the Parks and Recreation Manager, and with me is Chris Bowen, who's a Strategic Advisor for the recreation setting. We've done probably a similar presentation to those that you've seen come before you. Dina, we haven't got this right yet. How do we go? Next slide. We've got a thing. That is amazing. Chris has got next slide. So in the overview of our activity, what you've got is a very comprehensive open and recreation spaces activity, which we're obviously providing for our residents, international and domestic tourists to connect with. I'm not going to read through the slide. You can see we've got a comprehensive set of reserves there. We've got over 160 reserves and multiple civic spaces that our team provide care for, look after. 135 individual rectangular sports fields, that's over 3,000 hectares of green space. And we obviously provide the essential services of the cemetery and crematorium for our population, for our community. And as a park, as a lawn cemetery, that's about the same size as Queen's Park. So we've got some pretty sizable spaces to look after. In our environmental programme, we are looking after lots of different environmental reserves and also a captive breeding programme. Obviously the Tuatara come to the fore quite often, but we've got Kaka and Kia, which we manage in partnership with DOC and other sites around the southern South Island. In looking at what our strategic priorities and our community outcomes are, obviously leisure and recreation, we are putting people at the heart of everything that we do, but we're also in a continuous improvement cycle. We are looking to navigate climate change. We do that through mainly through our management plans and our master plans. So you've seen coming up at the moment, the Sandy Point master plan will be the next one coming up towards you. And also, meeting our people's diverse cultural needs. We are looking mainly to provide user satisfaction. That's our primary driver, so it's people again. And future focus, that's that continuous improvement cycle. We are trying to become economically sustainable. We've got a huge sustainability focus in the equipment that we use across the parks. And also looking at targeting our resourcing in different ways in partnerships and innovations. And so that we can manage infrastructure for as long as we can. Assessment improvement work's been coming on very, very well over the last 6-7 months, predominantly with the arrival of Chris, who's here. So that's aligning our operational delivery and our opportunities, but with the community keeps changing and making sure that we can meet those needs. That system improvement work we'll talk a little bit later on. Current budget, looking at just over 10 million for the service, for the activity. Significant amount of capital. Some of that is based on new programs coming through, like the Bluff Motuahui activity precinct. So some of that capital sitting in that. Generally speaking, we have on average 470,000 for our annual capital renewals, which we mainly do to ensure that the health and safety of our assets are well managed. 79 people in the team, going around 80 at all times. And we maintain the level of service through that budget in 3 primary teams: operational delivery, which is our functional teams; performance, which is our more environmental teams, and also the small projects; and business support. And then obviously the planning and strategic advice. That operational delivery team is 53 FTE, the performance team is 21, and the planning and strategic advice is 4. We are progressively moving our levels of service to align with national standards, such as Recreation Aotearoa. And that's what we're aiming to do over the next 3 years, to ensure that we've actually got a very clear baseline and that we can measure ourselves against that baseline so that you can see where we're achieving. Obviously basing that on our industry standards, and then that'll enable us to prioritise where we work. It is currently costing more to maintain our levels of service, so we are looking at that prioritisation in the future to see where we actually need to work more for different users, and obviously there may be some misalignment that we'll be able to manage better once we've got those core national standards really embedded in the service. And we'll be able to show you exactly where we're achieving and where we're not achieving.
Thanks, Caroline. If you would have noticed on a previous slide, our operational budget is a 70-30 split. So 70% is rates funded and 30% is through revenue. We're always looking for ways to become more efficient and through cost savings to try and ensure that we're getting the best bang for our buck. And so there's a couple of different strategies here to address that cost saving. One of them is to increase our revenue target, our annual revenue coming in. We've done this in a couple of ways, or proposing to do this in a couple of ways. One's through, we've got a new forestry management provider, which will be able to incrementally increase our revenue, increase that to circa around 100k over the next 3 to 5 years. That new provider is also multidisciplined, so they're not just forestry contractor, they're bringing in other components that are related to the industry, like carbon sequestration and other manners in which we can generate a bit of revenue from our parks and reserves. We also have an integrated booking system coming live over the next couple of months, and what that'll give us the ability to do is actually have a really good demand assessment, so we can strategically assess what our user fees and charges should be. Another aspect that we're looking at the moment is the prompt payment discount that we give for our funeral directors. This is to be revisited over the next few years based on submissions. So that's one strategy around increasing revenue coming into council. Decreasing levels of service. So this is around adjusting our levels of service based on our user needs. At the moment, the standards that we work to are in-house standards, and we'll talk to that a bit more moving forward. But adjusting these levels of service so that they're targeted for our user can potentially reduce the costs. You will have seen this through the Lomo approach that we're trialling in locations such as Talbot Street Reserve and out at Sandy Point. You'll see that when we reduce the mowing, it doesn't have a significant impact on our users, and so it is about trying to be more efficient with our costs that we have, and that will, as you will see, have changing levels of service. One of the other targets that we've got here is around potential land disposal, and so this will bring on, when they go through that process, one-off cash injection, but also there is a slight reduction in maintenance cost. However, that is slight.
So when we're looking at those proposals for new or lifted levels of service, those alignments to the national and regional standards also align with things such as the regional spaces and places work that we're doing. We're going to be transitioning over the next few years to these new standards, as I said. So, for example, we're going to be making sure that we actually cover the New Zealand Track and Structure Handbook is something that we adhere to, but we'll also be able to tell you to what standard we adhere to where. Because at the moment we might look at 100% everywhere, and that might not be what the users in everywhere needs. So it'll enable us to, again, come back to you with those baselines and let you know where we're at on each of these different areas. I was going to move over to Chris on this point.
So thanks, Caroline. So one of the aspects that we do need to do better on in this regard is the data that we are collecting and we're monitoring. And so over the next 3 years, we're looking at collecting a whole lot more data, not only on our maintenance and the category of which our parks are being maintained to, but also what is our community's expectations of these parks. So we can actually align to our community user or community needs. Sorry, I call them user needs normally. And so at the moment, the standards which we deliver are very good standards, and across the board we do very well when considering council's reputational risk. So it's that health and safety component that's our primary drive. What we're looking to bring in is more around the experience design and what is that user need. So it's just increasing the level of maturity in the standards that we deliver for our council. And this moves on to opportunities for council to consider. So there's a few slides here. The first couple are around what the council's doing, and then we move into what we're doing in partnership. And so I'm just going to go through these bit by bit. For the Eastern Cemetery groundwater management, we have a significant issue that we have at our Eastern cemeteries at the moment with the water table at this time of year is unacceptably high. And so that means that the experience or the level of service that we're providing the users for that facility is unacceptable. And so the design work is currently underway to understand what that's going to cost to rectify that situation. But that's a high priority for Parks and Rec in the coming years. We also have the opportunity to better develop our sculpture walk around our CBD and our city urban space. We've done an assessment of what's there already, thinking about from the animal park side of Queen's Park, going down to the Umbrella, moving through the CBD, Motorcycle Mecca, Otapuni Gardens, and then back round to the Cenotaph to Queen's Park and the new museum facility. We've identified 10 locations where there's probably more than 5 minutes walk where you don't interact with something, whether that be a mural, bit of history or a sculpture. And so this investment over the next 10 years will create quite a substantial visitor experience. Turnbull Thompson Sports Field is something that was raised to me when I first started around having visitor safety concerns at this site. What we've done, that was identified through the last long-term planning process. I've run a couple of sessions, one with stakeholders and one with neighbours at Turnbull Thompson Park itself. That problem statement really is being identified around moving vehicles rather than vehicle capacity. And so we're working closely with our infrastructure team in roading and also Waka Kotahi, looking at different options. One of those options, the primary options, looks to be pushing out onto State Highway 1 there to create a one-way flow around the core problem there on Islington Street. To support the new facility, Project 1225, there's also integrated landscape design here for Queen's Park. So the PMO team, Project Management Office, are doing a fantastic job of delivering a new museum, a new facility. That's fantastic. Parks and Recreation are really keen to make sure that it sits really well within the environment, how it connects through to the Rose Garden, how it connects through to the Tuatara facility. And so there's an option here for the council to consider that landscape design around that new facility. And also I wanted to put a flag up here for implementing the Sandy Point Master Plan. I know the dollar figures there are vacant, but we're almost at the end of the master plan. We're currently about to go and revisit to those that submitted on the draft master plan to show them what we heard that they said, and then we're going to come back to council and show the master plan in its final state. And so those are the couple of slides that the council are doing, but I thought I'd put a couple of slides in with regards to what we're doing in partnership. We've got a we've got a project that's been submitted to us from the lessee of the Lake Hawkins Reserve. Lake Hawkins is the reserve that's in front of the airport between the Stead Street Stock Bank and the airport. And our management plan is to actually transition that back to a scenic reserve. And that's been very challenging for council. The current lessee has put in a project plan of a 20-year plan to rejuvenate that reserve while continuing to lease the land for grazing sheep. And so that proposal that we've put forward, we're working with the airport, we're working with the lessee, we're working with the Commissioner Doc on how to invest in that. But for a very small investment from council, we'd get a significant biodiversity increase in that reserve. And one of the other projects that we're working in partnership that's just starting right now through the transport package in Waka Kotahi, we've been able to source 100k for a new pump track to be based in South City, and so that was through our infrastructure team putting a bid forward through to Waka Kotahi. At that site there's also a community garden proposed at the back of the back of the Aurora College. Sorry, apologies.
No, you're fine. Sorry, this was my.
Apologies if I got my words wrong there. So what we're talking about here is a minor investment around redesigning Newby Street Reserve. Will actually activate a fair amount of work at the back of that Aurora College Ministry of Education land. So it's just starting at the moment, but I just wanted to make sure that the council were across a couple of these projects that are coming up. One of the things I really wanted to talk about was around our KPIs.
Yep. And I was just going to lead into Chris talking about this by saying, obviously, with the different changes of service will also mean that we will change our KPIs in the next LTP, and actually moving these KPIs to become less of a provider model. So we've done a lot of our KPIs at the moment about provision of something and moving towards what our users need and what our community wants. So the KPIs that we're proposing going forward are going to be aimed in that area. More specifically, I'll let Chris talk.
So thanks, Caroline. Well, we've kept the qualitative KPIs in here around what is our community, how do they feel and what do they think about what we're doing. We've also brought in, we've expanded the existing partnerships one to include how many MOUs do we have with our community to actually register how well we're doing. At the moment, the provision of assets KPIs looks something like how many areas do we mow per population, and that's not that good at telling a story. And so what we are proposing is over the next 3 years that we develop additional KPIs based on those visitor experiences. So how many sports fields are to standard? What are a percentage of our tracks to standard? Or a bold one that we'd like to put forward is what percentage of our environmental reserves are to standard? And so that would take quite a bit of work to develop those, but we're proposing that we do those over the next 3 years. But shifting our KPIs from asset provision to user satisfaction is really critical in this space.
I think asset plans, it's the last slide there. So obviously Parks and Recreation is quite an asset-rich area, but our planning is all around those national standards, making sure that we've got our space remains as good as it is, or improving it for future years. And that condition summary that we've got, and actually being able to put more of an emphasis on those renewals for our playgrounds, is going to show us in the future what we really need in this area. So that planning is all going to be based on the standards that we've got and the inspection to standards, which, going back to the how we run our service, we've got the performance team that actually look at our provision for us to enable us to stay to standard or know where we are in that area. So that improvement, and that, I think you've heard a lot about what we're planning on doing over the next 3 years, is improving our data capture and our ability to tell that story better than we currently do. And that's going to be seen throughout the activity plan and then through those asset plans. That would be my last slide, or our last slide. I'm sure you may have some questions for us.
Can I just kick off with two questions? One's around the levels of service baseline, looking at the standards set by Recreation Aotearoa. How many of our neighbouring TAs use that as well?
Oh gosh, I couldn't tell you.
I couldn't give you a number, but it's fairly consistent across the country. Recreation Aotearoa standards are adopted by many councils, such as the New Plymouth City Council and Christchurch City Council are two that I've been working with, and they are adopted, if not in part, also fully. So there's a categorisation system within those Recreation Aotearoa standards that provide different levels of service. So it doesn't tie us to anything. We can choose whether we provide a basic, a standard, or a premium within those categories. It's just a framework that gives us the ability to organise our work.
Great, thanks, Chris. Just when you were talking about the Eastern Cemetery as well and the issues with groundwater, how does that compare to the pest problem that we have during the sunnier period of the year?
I suppose our pest animals are about to go out to tender to make sure that we've got really good contractors managing that area. That's probably the best answer I can give you there. We're about to tender that work to make sure that it improves on what we've currently got. Councillor Midley.
Thanks, Caroline. Councillors, Tom.
So, two questions. Maybe the first one's more a comment than a question, but it does seem to me that as we listen to officers speak about a whole range of things, there are new standards and there are the new things being issued nationally that require us to the impact of all of those things. I think if we did everything would be an extraordinary increase in rates, and therefore I think a discipline would really need to be that every time we start something new, we look at what we're going to stop to counterbalance it. I mean, I think that's pragmatically what we're going to have to do. But my question is about a different thing. So the extent to which parks and reserves mitigate carbon, both in terms of our existing parks and reserves, but also what the future potential for that might be, and whether that can be used as an offset for council's own emissions, or indeed whether actually we might be able to earn some money for it if we do it smartly. So my question is really about the extent to which we are thinking about that. And not only, I'm sure everybody's thinking about it, but we actually doing any work at the moment to project that?
Yeah, we're at the start of that journey, Councillor Campbell. That's something that we absolutely want to be able to do. We do absolutely want to be able to measure the carbon across our Parks and Reserves network, so that we've got a way better understanding than we currently have. And the forestry contractors that we've actually engaged with have got that capability. So we're at the start of their contract, but that is it's definitely a goal of ours over the next 3 years to really measure that well.
Okay, thank you.
Grant, then Nobby, Leslie and Rhian.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Firstly, I really like the thought of the Aurora project with the pump track. How was that site chosen versus other areas in South City?
I'm unaware, so that was put forward by our infrastructure team. It's right at the start of the project, and so we've got a meeting with the college and Wakatahi and our infrastructure in the next couple of weeks to kick that off.
So, and is the funding tagged to that site? Could we, if there's a better site that became a...
That's what we need to look into, Councillor Dermody. It came through the Transport Choices package, so it was something that came and was offered through Tahi. So we don't know at this stage. We've just been asked because of Parks and Recreation, and we've already done pump tracks. It's part of the project that we've been asked to look at to deliver. So the location is something that we can review and see where what flexibility we have. We don't currently know.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to see the community of South City engaged around that. I mean, there's obviously some benefits in with the mobile one that's going around at present, but I think it'd be good to do that.
Yeah.
Of the 3,000 hectares, what proportion of that is Sandy Point, and is the forestry included in that? So is it the full sum of Sandy Point?
Yeah. All of Sandy Point is part. So that's 3,000 hectares is all of the reserves that we manage across the city.
Yeah. So there's a portion in there that would be classified as commercial, isn't there?
There's a portion of it's forestry, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What potential is there for rationalisation of that 3,000 hectares? I think you mentioned
the land disposal proposal that we saw on.
Yeah. So what roughly in terms of hectares are you talking?
So it would the land disposal process that is coming to the CWC next is indicating the process to start, and so the first step of that process is public consultation.
Yeah.
And so we have identified some sections of land. The total amount will be determined after through that public consultation.
So, but at the moment, what sort of area is it? How much?
We don't have that.
Don't have that data.
So you've given consideration to some blocks that might be sold, but you're not aware of how much that is.
Sorry.
We can come back to you with that, but that's not on the top of my head. No.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm sort of similar to the thinking of Tom around, there seems to be a regulatory approach to parks, which, if I'm frank, worries me a little bit. I understand the importance of things like health and safety and that, but that can't be offset against just functionality and pragmatism around, the user friendliness of it versus, the cost. And if you look at, say, Fossbender Park, that loop track there, right? Now you could go and upgrade that and put metal all around it and spend, and barrier off every sort of weed fall off and those sorts of things. Or just put a sign up and say, this is a dry weather track only.
So that's what we set up. Those standards are going to be based on user satisfaction, what the user wants at sites. That's absolutely what we're going to be doing, making sure that the sites that we've got meet what our community want.
Yeah. So I think we can use sort of regulatory standards and national standards as a sort of a overall arching framework, but we have to be very pragmatic because otherwise national standards just lead to more cost.
Absolutely.
Can I feed into that, please, and just say, doesn't necessarily change the standard that we're delivering. So it just gives us a framework to deliver within those standards. And the easiest way for me to explain that is to say every category in Recreation Aotearoa has a premium, a standard, and a basic version of that category. So whether we're investing the same or more or less is all within that framework. So just because we're adopting these industry standards doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to increase the investment.
So if the community expectation was below the basic standard, what would the parks team do?
We would do what the community wanted.
Good. And then just finally, in the master plan for Sandy Point, security, cameras, those sorts of things, is that part of that plan?
That might become part of the management plan. So the master plan is more of the overarching view of what we do at that site over the next 30 to 50 years. The detail of how we deliver that will come in the management plan stage.
So when will that management plan be?
Swiftly following, in the like matter of months after the master plan's been adopted.
So when's the master plan come forward?
I think end of the year was the last report you brought to community wellbeing.
Okay, because I mean I've had lots of feedback, and I know, you know, young families and females in particular that won't go to Sandy Point because they feel unsafe. You know, if I talk to, you know, the police, they are aware that there's criminal activity that happens out there that, you know, with cameras in there. So I think that needs to be really.
We installed a camera out there less than 12 months ago.
Yeah, just on the corner there.
Yeah. So that was...
yeah.
Let's not
Thank you.
highlight where it is.
Hey?
Nobby.
Yeah, a lot of good things. A lot of good things to like about what we just heard, but I've got a couple of areas that I'm still a bit uneasy about. One is the ability of Parks and Reserve to do traffic management. So that's an ongoing sore for me, has been for years, about our inability to be able to respond to the, I guess, the beautification of the inner city. That you can't just go and run some cones out tomorrow and decide to tidy up the centre plots. You've got to have this traffic management plan and an independent set of providers that come in and put the cones out and then manage the traffic while you weed the gardens. And it just seems to me over a period of time we've got round that by putting evergreens in the middle plots that don't look all that nice compared to some places. And so that's, and I know the dynamics of needing to be able to train somebody up to be able to do that traffic management. And the moment you train them, they go off to Downers or somewhere else because they get better money there, but it's still an issue that needs to be looked at. And a good example is there's been some initiatives at Otatara in the last week or two about people picking up rubbish out there. So they get down with a plastic bag and they go down, but they get advice from council, or so they say they get advice from council, which I presume is regulatory or Parks and Reserves, to say, hey, you can't just wander down the main street picking up rubbish. And so that's a catch-22 situation again. So not sure how you get past that, but it's just something that continues to be there. Picking up on what Grant said about the Aurora College project, that would worry me if we were going away, because I think our preferred site would be Russell Square itself. So we're doing a lot of work in South City, and hopefully we'll do more work to bring a community hub back into that central area. I think between where the current playground is in Russell Square, you go across the road, there's a vacant piece of land, and then there's 2 dog enclosures. In that vacant piece of land, you could fit what's at Otatara at the moment. And the worry for going to Aurora College is that what we found in the Otatara model is that most of the people that actually go and use it are younger children, which is what we wanted. Given that South City's got the BMX track, which is huge, and it gets the teenagers, we found that although the sort of secondary school kids use the track periodically, that's died away. And if you look there now, it's not something you do after school. People go in there at the weekends and fine days, and they take very young children in there that go on the track. I see very few what you call teenagers there now. The initial novelty is worn off. So I think that's what Grant was alluding to, whether we've got alternative sites and whether the funding that you've secured would be open to a site change as opposed to it's conditional to going to Newby Street or wherever it is. I can't visualise Newby Street, but if it's up on that close to Aurora, I think you'd be taking away some of the potential to have it in the inner city, inner South City, which is where we're encouraging people to come, families to come, for the park, for the dog area, for the community hub that's starting to get some traction, and the shopping. It just puts it all in one package. If you have them way up in that southeast corner. When you isolate, one of the issues with the isolation is the issue of teenagers and drugs and how they go to the toilet and lots of other things, which was initial concern in Otara, but that's died away as well. So I guess I'm flagging that. And the last thing to flag is the Turnbull Thompson sports area. I mean, it's just an absolute disaster, which is not of your making, but we desperately need to resolve that. I know the stats that I get is that the only sport at the moment that's got growth in the sort of 6 to 14-year-olds is soccer, football. And that'll surprise you. It won't surprise you, Caroline. But if I go down there most weekends to see a grandson play, and I can tell you the parking's just absolutely diabolical. It's and over and above the people parking on the grass, which just makes a mess for you guys as well. You've also got the issue of children trying to get into cars post games because the games just go on, and getting out onto Isabella, onto Lindisfarne is a nightmare as well. But the parking's an issue, and I don't understand why we don't. If you can visualise when you go in there and you do the loop, and you come back out between the loop and where the fencing is for the main pitch.
That's what the proposal was, coming out onto State Highway 1 there.
Yep. No, but what I'm saying for the parking, if you go where the loop is, you go around, you walk up a slight hill till you get to the AstroTurf. Why don't we come to that and take it right down to the first house in the street? Because none of that's used, it just sits there vacant. If we tar sealed that in there, we'd double the size of the parking. Now, I know there's a cost to that, but at the moment, it's just an accident waiting to happen. Taking young kids back and forth, there's cars all over the place. And it's just capacity, really.
Isn't there also a risk, Nobby, of damage to cars there, though? Because we all see a fair number of balls go over that back fence as people shoot at goals.
I don't think this, I mean, I've done 40 years down here. I don't think the soccer balls damage the cars. People are smart enough to know that if you go into, if there was a car park there and you're a bit worried about windscreen wipers, you'd back into a space as opposed to putting it towards it.
Oh, I'm thinking about windscreen wipers. The ball is coming down from a great height, and if it hits your roof, you're going to get a dent.
If you backed in, it wouldn't be a problem. But when you go back into that lower area, so there's a bit of a wooden fence that runs along. So you've got the piece I'm talking about. There's actually
talking down towards the residences more.
That piece to the residence down the bottom there is not used. There are soccer pitches further in, but that front piece we could double the size right now. I did some quick maths the other day. But if you've ever been here, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's good that those posts have gone in that stop the lazy afternoon players from going and parking up right next to the ground. So
Right. I guess they're
So some of the site investigation we've done there, Mayor Clark, is there's a lot of underground services through that area, which would greatly increase the cost of putting car parking there.
Well, that's if you carve into it. So if you've got land that looks like that, you can take this piece off and flatten it out, then you're into what you're exactly saying. But if you top up the other end, that way a little bit, people will park on a slope if it's not too steep. But I know what you're saying. And as a final for me, I'm really pleased that you've picked up on a couple of areas that I'm quite passionate about. The urban walking was great. One of the issues for me will be uplighting. As we go around, we want to definitely encourage that. And I think you're quite right. It's not something we do in one hit. We might just do it in stages. Might do Otapuni first and then some sculptures, and which makes it more manageable cost-wise. So thanks for that.
My only other response to your comments is around what you were saying about Tamariki and Rangatahi at pump tracks and at BMX tracks. And so one of the locations that we're looking to review at the moment is after Southland BMX have completed their fantastic project at Elizabeth Park, is to actually do a bit of a review of Elizabeth Park. How can we maximise that space? So I understand what you're saying, Nobby, with regards to Rangatahi and Tamariki requiring different services. And so that's not lost on us. We are aware of that.
I guess the response to that is, if I look at Alexandra, that's got a BMX track, a very basic track for kids to learn how to do the traffic lights, and then next to it they've got the one with the skateboards in it, right? There is still some unease there that when you start mixing 6-year-olds with 17, 18, 19-year-olds, you introduce different social issues. And that's why I think the one at Otara's worked out well, because the old ones are not going there much anymore. Sorry?
And it's visible.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, but it's still an issue that I've asked people in Alexandra how they felt about, because the BMX tends to be an older, I mean, you don't get a 6-year-old riding a BMX track. Well, they try, but they don't. So the beauty of the pump track being by itself is that parents take them there and they know that there's nothing else that might put them at risk, I guess. Older kids, drug use, stuff like that. Standover tactics in some places. Certainly in Alex, there's that.
Thank you.
Okay, here's the speaking order I've got currently. Leslie, Rhea, Parnia, then Alex. Leslie.
Thank you. I'll start with Eastern Cemetery water table. I've had a lot of feedback about the problem.
Yeah.
You know, from people who have been quite upset, really.
Yeah.
So it's really good to hear it's being addressed. So you think it'll be something that can be addressed this year?
Currently, we've engaged Bonish, who have a couple of subbies in as well, and so middle of August for that project plan is when their design will come through, and what we'll be able to do from that design is cost. So we'll go a request for a quote to understand what that design will cost to implement. So won't be able to answer that question until that time frame.
Yeah.
When the design's finished.
That's good to know, the timing for getting the costs. That's great. The Newby Street issue, I've got a slightly different take as a resident of South Invercargill. I went to the launch of the community garden in that big space behind Aurora College, and I did think at the time that it would be the opportunity to upgrade our Newby Street playground more than somewhat in synergy with that project, because that's going to be a huge community garden. A lot of community involvement. For those who don't know the area, that's quite a distance from Aurora College, because you're looking at Aurora, the space for the community garden, and Newby Street. So while I'm open to looking at other sites in South Invercargill, I do think there's a lot of synergy with developing Newby Street as a very busy part of the South Invercargill area. And it might well be worth, since we've got the pump track that's movable, doing quite a bit of testing before the final decision comes. The other one, I just want to say thank you for Elizabeth Park. I was going to raise that. Again, as a South Invercargill resident, I've long thought we could do quite a bit more to maximise Elizabeth Park. It's a great park, it's a huge area, lots of potential for really getting improvements in there, and I know there are some areas that are a bit of a challenge, but I'm really supportive of looking at a plan for what we can do to maximise that area. So thanks for that. I was going to raise it, so I was really pleased that you mentioned it first.
To respond to your Newby Street comment, that project approached council because they are requesting vehicle access across Newby Street.
Yes.
And so right-of-way access process will be undertaken when that project gets underway. And so what that means for that site is there will need to be a redesign of where the play equipment is. And so if we're going to separate out the pump track conversation and just talk about the MARTA, the community garden there, actually the functionality of having a right-of-way access across one of our reserves to enable that project to succeed will require a redesign of Newby Street playground, reserve.
We noticed that at the launch, that getting across, because there were quite a large number of people at the launch, just getting across the reserve was a very muddy exercise. Actually.
It's not what our users want, not what our community wants.
Rhea.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things, really. The slide that showed the, I guess, the opportunity for future funding streams and to do with the funeral director's prompt payment discount. I recall that we'd had a discussion around this table, I don't know, a few months ago, talking about that. And I haven't quite, and I don't quite understand exactly, if you could just clarify for me. So it's taken away the funeral directors from administrating that fee, and is the council taking that role on? and therefore there's where the savings are, or is it something?
So the when we propose at the moment, the funeral directors get a prompt payment discount.
Yeah.
If we remove that, they've indicated that they would wish us to then pick up the service of charging the community.
Yeah.
So that would be the cost that we need to actually do a cost benefit analysis to understand whether the cost savings that we would make would actually match that, and that's what we're about to do.
Okay, so that's why I was interested. Like there was $100,000, I think I saw it there on the figure, and I was like, where does that come from?
That's
So-
only for
Ratepayers, the answer to your question. So the question that council faces is does the council subsidise those businesses?
Correct.
Which is what we're currently doing.
But we need to then work out whether, if we bring that service in-house, how much that then would cost us to deliver. And that's the piece of work we're currently doing.
Yeah, no, that's good. The other thing too is that you mentioned about the sculptures and murals and potential walking art groups or what have you. I noticed that there isn't, I mean, South City in a car is minutes away. So how are we going to make sure that we are connected to our South City area along with those types of...
So South City is developing trails through, like South Alive, are developing a heritage trail as an example, and actually that's not too far of a stone's throw from where Otapuni is, and so it's important that we maximise our recreation opportunities across our city, and so we need to make sure that those things are integrated and not stand in isolation.
Okay. Sorry, yep, that's...
Pania.
Just in regards to the KPIs, and changing them, I think it's really good in the sense that quantitative data doesn't always tell the story. And so just wondering, are you looking at using results-based accountability type framework or something similar to that actually really looks at communities, whānau and consumer needs? So it might be something to consider as well.
Yeah.
The other thing is I just want to touch on Grant already sort of hit the nail on the head around the Sandy Point plan and security, because I've had, and I live in Bluff, but I still have people sort of note that, and just in support of what Mayor Nobby just said in regards to Russell Square, because this came up on Sunday at a consultation hui at Ngā Hauepa around the Russell Square, and that the playground there is limited, so and across the road there's that reserve there. It could be something developed for older children, and so that was really highlighted, along with having actually a toilet facility.
The feedback about the reserve was very positive. But
It was very
they wanted
positive.
a drinking fountain and toilet.
Oh, they did.
Well, drinking fountain's already there.
There's one there. Yeah.
Yeah,
We put that in last
In that
week.
case, the toilet was set.
Yeah. It's very, very recent. Yeah.
Yeah, so very positive. It was one area, one place that they all related to.
That's great. Thank you for the feedback.
Yeah.
Thanks. Alex.
Oh, that's me. Kia ora. I've got 4 questions, sorry, so this might be a wee bit of a time drag, but I just want, you touched on the integrated booking system that you're looking at launching. Can you tell me a little bit about what that user experience will look like and what services will be available through that?
It's basically putting what we've currently got. Our booking system is very, very manual.
You have to fill out
fill out forms.
and-
So it will be a web-based system, which will be really just very interactive, very easy to use.
Yeah.
It's just in the very early stages, so I can't tell you what the picture looks like, but we've got you'll know exactly what you're booking and how long for and what you'll get for it and what you need to do to provide.
So if I'm Joe Bloggs and I want to book the tennis courts beside the museum, or like any of our facilities, the band rotunda, do I need power, all of those sorts of things, you'll be able to
you'll just go through and tick the boxes. Go, I need one of those, and one of those.
Cool. Will it be like identified different types of use that will be permitted with each?
Yeah, so
venue?
it will raise flags. So if there's certain things that you can or can't do in a certain place, the booking form itself will either let you agree that you're going to be doing something and go like tick in the I agree box, or it'll just say, it's got all of that information within it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Second question was, like user interactivity has dramatically changed between user behaviour, community behaviour has dramatically changed on how people interact with our facilities, and some of the work that I had been privy to with Active Southland was that, like people will now drive to destinations for physical play and rec rather than interact with their local spaces as frequently. So I wondered, like with our plans that we're putting together, and that like when we're considering what we're going to divest ourselves of or reduce levels of service and stuff like that, are we still in conversations with the likes of Active Southland and Sport New Zealand?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the open spaces and places strategy is our driving document when that comes forward. And yes, you're right that people are more prepared to travel, hopefully on a bike, but potentially however they want to travel. We do need to balance that with those that don't have disposable income or disposable time to make sure that there's still those opportunities locally, but it is a balancing act. So I understand what you're saying, you're correct when you look at the data. I'm just very cognizant of providing both of those opportunities.
Yeah. Just got back from being overseas, which has been fantastic. It's been a really good reset, but I've also noticed a lot while I was over there in terms of parks and rec and what other councils are doing across the world. And one council in particular that I felt, that an area that I spent quite a bit of time in was Herefordshire, and their council have made a commitment to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. And part of their strategy in doing that was that they went through and they reviewed all of the mowen areas that they currently service, and then had a huge, I guess, review of that based on community benefit, like you've said, or community outcomes, like you've said, and their expected levels of service. So I guess my question is two-pronged. The first one is, what are we doing? Like, how are we getting the community expectations for level of service for every facility and track? Like, how are we gathering that data to be able to feed into, what we do, continue to reduce levels of service of, or up levels of service of, or divest, or whatever. And the second one is, have we got any kind of aim to, rather than just divesting ourselves and selling off a whole lot of land, is there any plans for natural regeneration and replanting and those sorts of things for carbon neutrality?
I can answer that second question. So the land disposal that we're looking at, we've actually looked at what the carbon sequestration would be of those sites at the same time, so that we've actually got an overview of what that would mean to us. And going back to your first question, that we're at the early stages of implementing what those standards would look like, and we are absolutely anticipating doing community consultation on what they're seeing and actually having their needs and their understanding what they want before we make changes. So we shouldn't be providing something that people don't want. We're actually there for the people at the end of the day. So
yeah, I think it's also going to be a bit more of like a behaviour change for Invercargillites as well. Like I feel like sometimes we get a little bit up in arms when a particular strip of lawn that we're used to seeing mown isn't mown. So like the environmental benefits of not mowing that and the reduction in rate, and like where that dollar could be better spent by that piece just being returned to natural regeneration is, I think, a behaviour or education change. We need to be really, really clear about why we're doing things and when we do them and when we choose to do them, so that people, the community can actually see exactly what we're doing and why.
To respond to your first question, so we do have our management plans that help us outline what we do at each site. At the moment, we've got a general policies management plan that's about to go out for review to actually get the voice of the community into that document, and implementing the master plans to inform our management plans is actually going to be the way that we can strategically shift what we do. We've found across New Zealand that if we just roll over management plans, there's not a lot of change. We roll over every 10 years and there's not a significant shift to match the changing population dynamics. But when you bring in the strategy of master plans, that gives us that tool to strategically shift. And to respond to your second question, I would say that one of the big rocks for my team this year is actually a paper around climate change impacts for landscape design, to actually be informed by the science of what's the impact of mowing the lawn versus having a sports field at a different level of service, versus having a forest versus exotic forest, and all of those different opportunities. So we're cognizant of that, and that's in our wheelhouse at the moment.
Brilliant. I look forward to seeing the results.
And final question, Trish.
Elizabeth Park, I'm really pleased to hear you say that you're going to look at it before you do things. Since the introduction of the new BMX track, I've been down 3 or 4 times because it's just amazing. Not for me.
Trish, can you pull that mic in?
I beg your pardon. I think the new BMX track is amazing. But what I have noticed is that the old BMX track, I think it is, or the part on the back side of it, is constantly used by people on little motorbikes, there's fathers and kids and things. And it's quite nice, it would be quite nice to keep a space for that sort of activity, if that's what people want. But it seems in the few times I've been there, that's what they're using it for.
So you're correct. And actually when the proposal was put forward by Southland BMX to build a new, bigger, brighter thing, the agreement at the time was at the end of that project was to remove the existing BMX track. In Parks and Rec, we've put a bit of a hold on that removal process, and we just want to review the site to make sure that that's the right thing to do, because the review hasn't taken place, but it didn't seem like the logical thing to do in the first instance. We just wanted to go pause, review, let's look at the whole site so that we can take a all of park approach rather than just piecemeal.
Yeah, excellent, thank you.
My apologies, Evelyn, I missed your hand.
Sorry. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora.
I'm a South Invercargill resident as well, and probably live the closest of anybody to Russell Square, possibly. And I don't disfavour extra investment there, but I am concerned that we are missing out if we don't look more intensely at Newby Street and Elizabeth Park, because there is a significant population of people in that area who do not have the disposable income to go other places. You can walk there, you can scooter there, you can ride your bike there. Elizabeth Park has the opportunity of being a multi-generational space as opposed to one particular age group, and I would really implore us as a council to start thinking about that, because we don't have multi-generational spaces in that area. Even the risks, the people with alternative motives for going places always exist. The best way of preventing it is for lots of adults and others being in those spaces too, unless they also have alternative motive. But we'll give everybody the benefit of the doubt and say that spaces that attract parents with their children as well as others are the most desirable activities in our area, particularly things that encourage everybody to interact with one another. So, you know, a picnic table and a place where you can set up a barbecue, all those sorts of things that encourage families to be in spaces, that encourage people not to take their car to spaces, but also to really think of South City as more than the hub around Ellis Road and Grace Street and Dalrymple Street. Now, that's easy for me because I've lived in South Invercargill most of my life, but I think that if we want to make the city a vibrant city for everybody, we have to remember that everybody cannot access Queen's Park or the inner city, particularly on a Sunday, because we do not have public transport on Sunday. So encouraging people to use the spaces proximate to them, make them attractive places to be, is something that I think we really should be focused on. So I thank you for the things that have been said and offered. Sorry that I didn't hear the whole conversation. Just the security in general is a huge issue. But some of it is all our own individual responsibility to be aware and to be reporting, because I think that sometimes we see something that's a little bit off and we think, oh, you know, it's a fag to ring 555 or whatever, or ring the city council, or, you know, we need to do it because it's our asset. It belongs to all of us. The people are our asset, the safety of our people and the investment that the city makes. And I'm not sure that everybody who we're engaging with actually recognises the cost to them as people of the things that are happening that drive people away from places and spaces, you know, that allow the tagging, perhaps even encourage the tagging, all those things that diminish our public activity areas or even the beauty of our space. So, you know, I hate it that people feel unsafe anywhere in this city, but how much of it is down to us turning a blind eye to stuff or not prioritising it? And I just don't know the answer, and I don't know how you encourage people to be more aware and to be more socially responsible. But thank you for the thing. Just the last thing is the retiring ground from mowing. Mm-hmm. We don't have as many Indigenous wildflowers as we could have. Mm-hmm. So the flower meadow type thing that we see in other countries is not something that I want to encourage, because might be encouraging some of those pest plants that I'm not as keen on. But I do think that we're a little bit attached to our manicured spaces at the cost of our Indigenous vegetation and the species that live within them. And so I applaud the fact that we're having the discussion. Thank you.
Caroline.
I've got two hands that have just gone up, and I'm going to start shortening your break. Grant.
Well, and that, I'll be very quick then. Just going back to my request around pragmatic, I'm interested to understand how you would prioritise your work around climate change versus security at Sandy Point and bringing forward the master plan. So which one?
As Caroline previously said, that's going to be implemented through the management plan. So the master plan is the overall strategic direction, but implementing and finding those environment-based solutions is a part of the management plan. So that's not able to be answered.
Sorry, I may have misheard you, but I heard you say your climate change mitigation carbon was in your wheelhouse, and you're going to make that a priority. You know, what I'm really pointing at is, community safety ranks much higher in my view than climate change. Okay. Because the reality is, and I've had it described to me by a scientist, in a crowd of 100,000 people, the impact that New Zealand has on climate change is one person passing wind. So, and I think it's also ironic, and I apologise in advance, Alex, but, we can be pragmatic about that, but, flying, there's a very significant impact on carbon in an environment. So, we've got to be pragmatic around the fact that community safety and what Evelyn's saying is absolutely important, and some other things that might be, politically motivated or may be of importance because it gets a headline need to be sort of understood. So against the science of, 100,000 people and one person passing wind, it's, that's the reality.
Thanks. You're right.
Thanks.
I would like to say that they're not in isolation. We can achieve both of those things together. So we can increase the security of our people through environmental design. And so we have SIP-TED issues across the country across the city, where we don't actually provide a safe place for our residents, but they don't occur in isolation. So we can have increased security for our people if we design the space correctly.
And Nobby.
Again, I'll be as quick as Grant was. On the issue of disposing of land, it's too simple just to say, well, we won't mow it anymore, we'll convert it into native bush and we'll get some carpet credit for that. Because the alternative is that you convert it into some residential space, which is what we desperately need in the city. Now, people would still sit back and say, well, residential property development on a piece of land that we currently mow is not good for carbon. But the alternative is you then push the spread further out. So you convert your bit of land that might be a few hectares, which you could put quite a few houses on, and that's good for carbon, but it's not so good when those houses then need to be located on the side of your city, which pushes your infrastructure out and it pushes everything out. So I guess just reflecting on that. I was interested in what Evelyn had to say about security. We've learned in Otatara that we had two options for a venue for the pump track. One was up in Grant Road, and one was right on the main highway going into Otatara. And there was a lot of pushback about being by the main road. But with hindsight, it's by far the best place, because young children and families with young children feel very safe there because it's very visible. If we'd gone to Grant Road, there would have been other issues that only 2 or 3 eyes are on that space, and then the teenagers do what teenagers do, and so on. And the other thing I would reflect is what I think Pania raised as well, was the issue of the urgent need to have a toilet in Russell Square. I know it's on the agenda, and we've got the same thing with the pump track at Otatara, because people just go into the bush and do what they need to do, and it's not all that good going forward. So, but it's probably more urgent in Russell Square. So I think there is still, when you want people to be safe, putting them in an inner city area. I heard what Evelyn said about pushing it out into some of the suburbs. But the one good thing about the inner city being on Queen's Drive is the same as being on Duns Road, is the kids are very, very safe. There's no potential for predators or for any standover tactics from the older kids or anything like that, because it's very visible. People are constantly going past it. So if there's any fights or anything, it's much safer for the very young children. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, ex-councillors, thank you both very much for coming along and presenting. Councillors, here's where we'll take a break and adjourn. The stream will stop and we will be reconvening at 5 to 11, so if you could be ready to go at that point. Thank you. We'll start the stream again. Okay, welcome back for those joining us on the live stream as we continue our long-term plan workshop looking at asset and activity plans, and we'll move into libraries. It's a good time to go for a glass of water, Richard. You've had 20 minutes. Now drop and give me 10.
Someone stole it. We were tidied away.
It's all right, it's better than listening to the incessant coughing.
Kia ora, everyone. Okay, I'm here to talk around libraries. So, just an overview of the activity. The Invercargill Library is open 7 days a week, so that's 62 hours of service, and we've also got the Bluff Library 6 days a week for 43 hours. And of course we've got our 24/7 online service, and that's growing year on year in terms of that digital consumption of content. The Invercargill Library opening hours provide access to community archives, programs are provided to support literacy and community wellbeing, and services are provided to support equity of access. We've got a range of collections available to support recreational reading, lifelong learning, and community and local history. One of the most important things is the library, it's a place for people to come together. So it's about social cohesion, and we use information and gathering as that tool, if you like, to build that social cohesion. It's used to be, information. It's now much more about information, how we interpret it and how we actually understand each other and discover and be inspired. Some pictures there from the library. Okay, so we've got our well-beings here, our social well-being. It's about social infrastructure, and we want to do more work to become a safe and equitable place to become connected for our communities, to build a better future for themselves, as well as both in person and online. Cultural wellbeing, the library does provide a lot of public programs that engage communities. These are fun programs to do, but they're also based on education, curriculum, and specific needs of our community. The environmental wellbeing, the library provides resources to support sustainability and ensure programming will help support wider outcomes in this area. So a library can be used by council as a tool for communication, as a place for intergenerational learning and on topics that are important to council. And of course, economic wellbeing. The library supports literacy, which is strongly related to the educational success and economic wellbeing of a society. So it's really important that we have people that can access information, upskill themselves, learn, and add to the thriving economy. Our current budget. So the headline here is we're pretty much 95% rates income. A modest revenue, which is things like our hot picks, our venue hire, etc. Down the bottom, we've got 30 FTE and a headcount of 33, and we've got a small collection of casuals. It's important to notice that in this sort of an operation, the casuals often do backfill. We can't simply have people away sick and put the work on a shelf. We do require to maintain a health and safety in the weekends, etc. So often the casuals are used for backfill in our operations. Maintaining the levels of service. So as I've already alluded to, the libraries are a place for social cohesion, and they're growing and evolving as community hubs as well. So there's many things that they can do, and this will change some of the skills and services that we require in the library space in the future. The digital space is rapidly changing and will need to keep pace, and both with the staff and the community needs. And the level of services need to be maintained through continual renewal of budgets, including reviewing the impact of programs, assets, stock, book and digital, to ensure that where we spend the money is the right places. So we're continually reviewing that. We're trying to understand what that migration from physical to online might be, and what the tolerance there is, and how we actually progress. I don't think there'll ever be a stage when it's completely online and digital. People still like to thumb through a book. Libraries will continue to look for opportunities for increased collaboration. We really, with the new strategy in place, we want to reach out and become part of the community a lot more. So we want to look at exploring and utilising and leveraging the information and skills of the community to deliver our programs. Libraries will also continue to monitor resource levels to ensure we keep pace with growth and demand, not just in our central library, but also with Bluff and around the city. So taking our services outside of those four walls. Requirements to maintain compliance. Now, we need fit-for-purpose opening hours, and we've had discussions now as we work through the implementation of the new strategy about are we opening in the right times for the right people, and we will do a little bit more work in exploring when those opening hours are and when programs are delivered. We want to maintain and refresh collections. We need a fit-for-purpose building. So currently we've got a building that has leaks in the roof and we put out buckets. So we actually want to address that and ensure that we are proud of our facility. We want a range of programs to support lifelong learning and literacy. Obviously, we want to provide the Wi-Fi and continue that internet access for equity and up-to-date and digital infrastructure and communication support. We want to tell people more about the sorts of things that we do in the library. Here's some selection of our various programs. So you can see they're not just all books. There's all sorts of things up there. We do Justice of the Peace. We have digital access. We have 3D printing. That's that pineapple there, as well as performance and competition stuff. So opportunities for cost savings and increased revenue. We want to take a balanced approach to increase the use of commercial meeting room hires and look sensibly to monetize services where appropriate. Now that sounds particularly capitalist, but don't worry. We want to have a balanced approach. We want to understand what programs are really, really important for equity and access, but also what programs are perhaps more entertainment and could have a charge. We did a trial earlier this year where we had an evening Star Wars quiz night, and we charged a modest entry to that. It wasn't depriving anyone of literacy, but it was actually really well subscribed. People loved it and they were prepared to pay. So we're just looking at that balanced approach. The library management software is up for renewal, and we're looking to join a consortia to bring us more in line with the other libraries and also reduce some of the internal IT resources. The library is going to continue to explore and increase partnerships, especially in that program development and delivery. So we get the experts in the community and to deliver and design. The library has a program of continuous review and improvement and procurement. So we really want to explore where we are purchasing and are we getting best bang for buck. And it's a timely opportunity to go back and just revisit how we manage that. Proposals for a new or lifted level of service. So we want to future-proof the library service, and we need to stay current with digital trends. So this is really just a heads up. We talk about artificial intelligence and it's all over the news at the moment. We need to understand that more and be prepared for what that means in terms of virtual services and resources, because there are both challenges and opportunities there. These are just heads up. We're not asking for any particular bids for these. The library also acknowledges that we need to respond to the growing social role in libraries in the community and the wellbeing space, and there'll be actions within our implementation plan of the strategy to actually acknowledge that and the skill levels required. We also acknowledge that we want to move out of the library four walls and explore mobile pop-up options to take the library out to where the users are for those people who can't necessarily travel, housebound, etc. So we want to really explore and promote that service as well. So that's all done within our existing envelope. Now, options for council to consider. This is really a long-term heads up. We really want to explore a timely conversation in the future will be libraries' role as a full council customer service site. Are there other customer service roles that we could actually help to provide to enable a 7-day access to some of our service? So we're well and truly open to that conversation in the future. We're not ready yet, and our infrastructure isn't ready, but that is something that will happen in the future. We also want to explore future provision of branch libraries. Now, as the city grows, we will in the future have a conversation around Bluff, which effectively is a pop-up library at the moment, but there may well be a conversation around branch libraries. Do we need a branch library in Bluff in 20 years' time, in South City and Windsor? Those are the conversations or a mobile option. So those are the conversations that will happen in the future, and we need to be prepared for that. And the last one is opportunity for a cafe and other revenue generation activities. This is more immediate. We are going to start to explore that balance between commercial activity on site and the community, and that's within the bounds of the strategy. And so things like a coffee cart in the forecourt and something that just generates a little bit of income, that sort of thing we will explore without compromising that core customer service that we've committed to. Measuring performance. So libraries actively enhances our city through ensuring the library collections, both digital and physical, offer quality, quantity and a variety of resources. We want to make sure that all of our services are available to everyone. We want to ensure that we're telling the good story of the library, and people really rate the library as satisfactory or great. So we want to be the living room of the library, if you like, the heart and the soul of the community in the city centre. Here's our KPIs. So it's a percentage of the collection published in the last 5 years. So this is excluding the heritage collection, and this is a measure that enables us to describe how current our stock is on the shelf. So we've not got dusty old books, we've got relevant, authentic, desired books. The next one is the percentage of library customers who rate the library as satisfactory or greater in the annual resident survey. That's pretty self-explanatory. We also, a number of visits per year. We also, obviously, that's a consumption thing we want to continue to track. And remember, the number of visits is not just physical visits, we have digital visits as well. So we want to provide that data and have a data-rich environment. We've got a draft KPI there about engagement with programs and events is maintained or increasing. We currently provide stats to a national database around our programs, but we actually don't report them back to council, and we thought that's something you'd like to know. So we want to be able to tell you how many people are coming in for things other than just information, so that social connection thing. And the second draft one is a collection usage, including digital resources, is maintained or increasing. So we want to make sure that the things that are on our shelves, that are in our digital stores, are being used, accessed and relevant. So we're making room for a new stock as well as reviewing the shelf life of what we already have. So that's the quick overview. We've obviously got, just to, before we go into questions, we've got a new strategy. At the moment in time, we are reviewing what that really means on the ground. So we're doing lots of workshops with the staff. We've got the library manager role out in the marketplace, and we'll move to interviews shortly for that. And then we will start to look at some tangible kind of rubber hits the road. So there's no big asks in there because we've got a roadmap of where we want to be, and that's really a moment to take a breath and start to consolidate what we've got and develop. So nothing too scary up there. With the chair's permission, we'll go through questions.
Thank you, Trish.
Do you consider, first of all, congratulations, it sounds great, and I love what you're doing, especially the extra nights and things. I was thinking about your Star Wars night or your kids' night. Do you consider...
Not just kids, Trish, you'll be surprised.
Yeah. Millennium Falcon, anybody?
Do you consider getting some kind of transport, connecting with the transport people to get access to the library on those nights?
Yeah, access is a really interesting thing, and that's, most of our conversations, to be honest, have been about how can we take our services out to the community. We did a bit of a bias here. We did a Mr. Yippity show, which is a children's sort of like a solo wiggle, is how I can best describe it. And we actually did it rather than crammed into the back of the library. We did it over the Scottish Hall, and we have pop-up banners that said pop-up library. So we're trying to take the services out more than trying to get people in. But I certainly take your point about that coordination aspect, because I think as we look and think about opening hours as well, we've got to make sure that it's not just open, but it's convenient for access and parking, etc.
Yeah, and it's also that excitement for people of going somewhere. I'm thinking more students, you know, going somewhere where they don't usually go on a night. There's just a bit of that pizzazz type stuff.
Really interesting with the promotion happened about we had some students stay in the library for overnight as a bit of a promotion for the 40-hour challenge, and then the radio picked up a conversation about where would you like to stay the night in Invercargill, and library came up quite a bit. There's quite a few people, you know, as a destination, which was fascinating. So there is interest out there and that after hours kind of stuff.
I think that's the free Wi-Fi.
Potentially.
Why not?
Having had teenagers. Tom.
I think libraries have always played a really important social role, and you know, it was always been, ever since, you know, I think libraries began, a place that people can go and be warm and dry and be in the company of other people and, you know, better themselves actually, reading newspapers or whatever. So I think, you know, the continuation of that role and the expansion of that role, I think, you know, I would definitely support. I think it's always been part of the role of libraries, but you know, maybe it needs expanded. The question I had is about the physical books. So, I mean, obviously there's a wish to maintain the collection at a very high standard, but I suspect, and when I say I suspect, this is a question, you're going to correct me, I'm sure, but I suspect that whereas a book may have been, you know, read by 100 people before, maybe it's read by 10 now or something like that, a physical book. Is that an issue when it comes to, you know, how do we judge how many physical books we need to have as opposed to how many screens we need to have, or how, you know, access digitally that we offer people?
You'll be pleased to know I'm not going to correct you, because you're absolutely right, and it is a challenge going forward. So we have a weeding process. So we look at the number of so we purchase a book based on the demographics and the trends, and we do have data and external companies that tell us what to buy that help us, and then we put our own flavour on top of it. And then we look at the usership over a period of time, and so the ones that don't go out, and sometimes you do get it wrong, and the ones that don't go out end up on a weeding shelf, and they get disposed of, or if we think it's just a temporary lull, they'll go on the back for storage. So things like, and we'll use children's because it's a really illustrative point. If Dora the Explorer comes on telly, then we need a heck of a lot of Dora the Explorer books, because every child is going to come in demand. The next year that might go off for a season and no one's interested in Dora the Explorer. So there are ebbs and flows. We do monitor it. Sometimes we don't get it right, and sometimes we need more of one thing or more of one thing for a time. The interesting thing with physical stock is the same thing happens with digital stock. You think, oh, digital stock you can just keep on the shelf forever, but in fact it has a limited number of times you can take it out before it needs to be replaced as well under the license. So we are continually reviewing it. We want to tighten that up, and we want to ask some questions around, where we invest in collections, is it in the right proportion in stock? Because our collection is not just books, online and physical, but it's also digital equipment, all of that kind of business as well.
No, it's a supplementary, Chair. So if you look at the number of physical books that we used to purchase, say 10 years or 20 years ago, how does that compare with the number that we purchase now?
Yeah. So the budget hasn't reduced. The budget stayed pretty stable, accounting with inflation, etc. But we're buying less physical books and more digital copies. So we've talked, and in terms of it's an interesting conversation about what is an asset versus, you know, what's capex versus opex, because physical items are taken, subscriptions rather, are taking the place of part of our physical stock. So we might only have one physical copy and one digital copy, as opposed to previously we may have had two physical copies. So there is a crossover. It's physical copies are declining and digital is increasing, not to the point that we think it's going to settle at a point. It's not going to be completely digital. People still like their books, and when you talk to people, they'll often say, I'll only read one book on a Kindle, and then I'll have a second book by the bed. You know, they want that balance, but we are tracking that. Yeah,
thank you.
You can't beat that tactile experience. You can't thumb through an iPad and get that same sense of smell being stimulated. Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Richard, yeah, firstly, I think the library's in safe hands with you sort of leaning into that and getting a good strategic outcome. So appreciate your work. Just a couple of questions. Do you still have to have a library card to, take books out or access?
You do at the moment, yes.
Yeah. And so what are the numbers of library cards doing? Are they going up, going down, static?
No, our membership is going up at the rate that we'd expect, according to the demographics. So it's still popular demand in that.
Yeah, cool. And in your sort of sense, if we think about it from a conceptual thing, is it, are we looking at a strategy of a library with services, or are we looking more at a community hub with library services? If you took a 10-year view of things.
That's a perennial question, and there are some councils in New Zealand who build new facilities that purposely and deliberately do not call them libraries. Libraries have a lot of baggage. We're not ready for that yet, but I think they will be community hubs more and more. There's information everywhere now. You don't have to rely on a library to get your information, but you may have to rely on your library and your school in terms of how you interpret that information. So I think, there is certainly the community hub thing happening more and more. The one caveat to that evolution would be that we've got effectively a central library. So if we dial forward 20 years, we might not be sitting in a singular city council. We might be something bigger with many branches, dependent on growth or anything else that happens politically. At which point, we will probably still do the heavy lifting in terms of those librarianship services. So as a central library, there's always going to be the need for research. There's always going to be the need for a repository of local and special collections. So we will continue that. So we will never fully evolve into a really organic sort of community centre where libraries are peripheral. Right. So books are peripheral. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Alex.
Thank you. Just wanting to check, how do you get that information to inform what kind of programs that you should run? So for both adults and kids, so how do we get that information that kids want to, like skills literacy stuff on how to build a terrarium?
Yeah.
Or 3D printing, or and then again, how do you know that the Star Wars stuff is going to be successful?
Absolutely. So, to be completely frank, we've had an ad hoc response to programming in the past, and it's been based on the interest or the experience of staff or who they've met or the response from community. You recall that a few months ago we brought the Rangaranga programming framework to you, which is a way of using science to develop that. So that's where we're moving to. So sometimes we get it wrong. Sometimes we have huge successes. And sometimes it's surprising. So we've got a permission based permission to risk and stuff up at the moment, but we are using Rangaranga, so we're having regular meetings with the rest of council to try and develop and build on that programming skill. Interesting with Night of the Arts, we had a few things out there that we thought, I don't know whether this is going to work, so we had our virtual reality PlayStation right in the middle of the library amongst the books and stuff. We had which is very noisy, we had Celtic singing around the corner, and we had a Lego wall and face painting, and look, it worked really well. So it's even on that programming, taking it out of that back room and into the space, surprised us that we could actually do that without being disruptive to other people. Not all the time, but we're learning with programming. Yeah. Evelyn.
Kia ora, Richard. A few things. The difference between the heritage collection and books that are no longer current but may still be really useful, particularly for researchers. And I recognise there is a balance, but not everything that is in the 1968 Encyclopaedia Britannica, for example, has been superseded by modern knowledge. There's something quite reassuring about going and finding that the online version still says what the 1968 version says if you're researching something and you're wanting to track changes over time and thinking and things like that. How do we balance that? Because that's not strictly speaking a heritage item,
Yeah.
but it has value to researchers. What do we keep? What do we not keep?
Yeah, we had a really interesting conversation a couple of weeks ago about misinformation or disinformation in books, and then we discovered that probably a lot of books have got misinformation. Is Pluto a planet? You know, you'll have various books saying different things. To that point, we have got the local collection out the back, which we keep. And now that is a collection of things that aren't necessarily duplicated at a national level. Things with an ISBN number is vested in the National Library. We've got a much more sophisticated interloan system now where we can source those other books and we have positions specifically around customer responsiveness in that research. So if someone wants to book a librarian, book a research person, they can actually find those volumes elsewhere. So it's less important. What we are going to do moving forward is the local collection. We've got a desire to completely digitise that as well. So we're not those one singular copies that are the minute books of someone, a local community group or a bit of research that's been done before. We don't want to risk having just a singular physical copy. So we are looking to digitise them, but our safety net is that the National Library and our interloan and the ability to be able to see other collections across the nation. And we've got a really sophisticated network of library management software, and what we're looking to evolve in our library management software will increase our capability to find those volumes too.
So thank you for that. The going out and about thing. Now, we used to at one stage, because I think we had a acquaintance who may have been in the building, have a collection of books for different age groups at the marae. Is that something that you wish to expand on, so that you know, you talked about the mobile. I think somebody rocks up at one of our community villages or something like that, and you know, bearing in mind again that these are people that sometimes become isolated by physical limitations or financial limitations, that sort of idea, or...
Yep, so currently we have, we do that for a number of rest homes, and we have dementia care that we go out and we take selections and we select them for those clients in terms of their desires and stuff. We also have housebound service, so people who are housebound, we can deliver books to them. Now, typically that's the elder community and those with severely limited accessibility issues, but that's not set in stone. It could be for anyone that we determine as a vulnerable community or that could benefit from that outreach service. We just don't have necessarily the physical assets to be able to do a lot of it easily, but the provision is actually there as a service.
So I guess it's a not so well-known service that you provide, and it's limited by some constraints at the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
right.
And so my last one, which is probably the awful one, is you're talking about digitising, and you're talking about those sorts of platforms, including Kōtui. How compatible is that going to be with the digitisation that is already going on within some of our museum and other archives? Are they going to be compatible? Are they going to be searchable across all the things? Or are they competing for a quite limited technological resource within this very institution? Because this is something that I'm quite passionate about and am curious about.
So in terms of cataloguing, that's not an issue. So both the existing and the new library software can catalogue. Digitisation, also not a big issue in terms of we are just simply digitising. What you're talking about is access to those digital things, and that is something that is unresolved at the moment. So our first priority is to make sure that our local collection and those special things are secure and on a pathway to get them onto a file. We have not resolved how that file will be accessed on an online. Certainly someone can come in and we can say, yes, we can get that file for you, but we don't have an access, and that's something that has been discussed with both archives and future museum developments. How do we make those collections available online?
Yeah, for me, I think it's important, and it goes back to that research and all those sorts of things. People not having to visit 2 or 3 different places, where it should be reasonably seamless within our group of facilities.
Great.
So thank you for that.
Thank you. Further questions? Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to start by saying librarianship was my first profession. So I have to make the declaration that the physical book will never die. It will increase. Having computerised 3 libraries in my career, because when I started, all libraries were entirely manual run. You produced a little card. You had a series of cards for stamping, putting in and out. You had paper or card catalogues. So I suppose the point I would make is the library world has changed dramatically and will continue to change. I once won a librarianship debate by proving that the safest and easiest to run public library was the one where you put the stock on the shelves and then turn the key, close the doors, so that you had a non-lending library. It is by far the most efficient library you will ever run. However, it is a totally pointless exercise from the point of view of what libraries are about, which is increasingly to be in that social space and to actually deliver that social well-being element. As far as the digitisation and the question that Councillor Campbell raised about how many books do you have, physical books do you have as against, what's the balance of your stock and so forth, I think we do have to rely on the professional judgment of the profession as to how that particular aspect is going to develop. As I say, the book will never die, but Richard is right. Nowadays you might have 1 physical copy and 4 high demand stock, 2 or 3 digital copies, and what you're putting in your stack rooms is very much a professional judgment that we as a council have to rely on the librarians we employ making. But look, Richard, I just want to say I've read every report on our public library and the Bluff Library with great interest. I think that there's some fantastic things being done to develop our library in the spaces it needs to be developed in. I'm really pleased to see the new cataloguing is going to more and more rely on the National Library of New Zealand standards and so forth, because that's excellent. Having set up a couple of housebound services in my time, I definitely see that we need to develop in that whole space of the housebound services, the outreach programs, possibly mobile. That's just something we accept as a fairly standard part of what we do in the future. But the library, I think we've got a fantastic team. They've been doing some really good work in that space of how do you use the library as a community hub. Every time I go into the library, and I'm a regular user, it's really interesting to see who is there in the spaces and what they are doing. So you've got that whole mixture of the people who are there to use the free Wi-Fi, the young people who are there because we have an excellent YA collection, and we've got the digital space and the print, 3D printing and so forth. It was really interesting to go in on the evening and see just what was happening with the visual reality and the Lego and how it all integrated together. I think our staff have really managed to get a good balance of how the spaces are being used. So yeah, just continue on, and I think we are going to develop more and more into that space of the living room of the community, and I think that's a good thing. It's the philosophy with which I started my career, and I think it's become more and more the philosophy of every librarian as things have developed, that libraries won't survive. If anyone does think locking the door and throwing away the key is the way to go, libraries won't survive. But the fact is they survive because they're a living part of their communities and responding to community needs.
Thank you. And I should just point out two things you just reminded me of. Our housebound service, this is a plug now for those people listening at home, our housebound service does actually rely partly on volunteers. So we have volunteers that actually help deliver books. And part of when you deliver a book, you're not just delivering a book, you are having a conversation and making a connection and brightening someone's day. The second point I just wanted to, I realised I hadn't got up there, on average would have around about 1,000 people through the library every day. And so on Night of the Arts, we just tipped into 1,500 people in a single day, and they are coming from all walks of life. And it's timely to mention that, because often you go into the library and you do see, 50 people in there, but you don't get a sense of how often that's refreshed during the day.
Thank you, and thanks, Leslie. Good point, because you can never replace a good book burning. It's really hard to ignite a tablet or a laptop.
That's right.
It's not quite the same.
Hasn't got the same feel.
You don't get the same warm, comforting glow.
That's right, and they're very and the book is the best thing to read at night in bed.
Yep. Although that said, there's nothing like reverse lighting your iPad, because you can read into the small hours of the morning without keeping somebody else up.
No, it hasn't got the same feel to it.
So I'm reliably informed. Thank you, Richard. Jason, do you want to come up and take a seat with Richard, and we'll transition from libraries into venues? Richard, if you need to top up your water.
Kia ora, I'm Richard.
Kia
ora, Richard. Okay, so same format. The only difference here is I know there's two things in here that you're going to want to have a discussion around. So I've just done the general service first, ending with the measures, the KPIs, and then the two meatier bits that you might have interest in at the end. Okay, so you all know this. The Venues and Event Service operates the Civic Theatre, the Scottish Hall and Rugby Park. This includes the hiring, the event ticketing, and also the delivery and coordination of specialist services to enable safe and engaging events to occur. So yes, we are halls for hire effectively, but in doing that, we are helping build capacity in the event sector. We are talking people through their health and safety plans, making sure that they are marketing and ticketing their events appropriately, and have considered all the things. So in our portfolio, the Civic Theatre, as you know, is a 1,000-seat professional standard lyric theatre, meeting rooms, hospitality, and a smaller performance space. So this is largely aimed at the commercial end of things, and it balances out through income those other more community venues that we have. There is an access program, as we had a workshop on a little while ago, to enable community to use the Civic. Scottish Hall, it's got a main hall plus with movable seats, which is really, really important for those social functions for communities. It's also got a community lounge out the back and a commercial kitchen and upstairs office, meeting rooms and space. So the Scottish Hall is designed to be robust, used by the community primarily. It does have some commercial activity over there, but first and foremost, it is a place for our community to be able to gather. It doesn't need all of the accoutrement that the Civic needs in terms of staffing, and because the equipment is easier to use, it's safer to use, etc. So it's very, very accessible, and the higher rates are equally accessible. Then we've got Rugby Park, owned by the Invercargill City Charitable Trust and managed by us, which is obviously the grandstand, the change rooms, the media tower, and then the social and corporate spaces on that site. Anderson House, so we give limited support. So that's third party operates Anderson House, and we provide them with services, ticketing and equipment hire from time to time. So strategic priorities in terms of our community wellbeings and community outcomes rather. So we've got social wellbeing. So venues provide, again, spaces for people to come together to connect, celebrate, learn and share stories that are important to them. It's a really important thing in terms of social cohesion, civic pride, is to actually understand who we are as people, as a community, what makes us different as Southlanders, what our history, who have there been the generations who have walked this earth before us. And that happens often through stories, and stories could be in a library, but they could also be presented on the stage. So cultural well-beings, we enable events to add to the vibrancy and range of opportunities for people to be entertained. So in terms of cultural well-being, it's a really important that we explore different ideas, different viewpoints, and again, these are often presented through performance. Environmental well-being, continued provision of local facilities and events, reduce the need for communities to travel long distances to engage with sporting and performance events. Without a rugby park, without a civic theatre, where would people go? And they would go to Dunedin or Queenstown. That would have a significant impact on your carbon footprint over the years. It's already been discussed about flying, etc. So having local facilities, gosh, look then, having local facilities provide that is actually really, really important. And the last one is economic wellbeing. Venues are a significant contributor to the nighttime economy. So having something that actually generates a reason for people to come into town, to spend money, to stay overnight is actually really, really important. We know some of our touring performances that come through may attract up to 20 to 30% of out-of-town people who will stay the night, have a meal, have a drink, etc. So that's all really important. It also adds to the destination appeal of Invercargill, the attractiveness to potential businesses and employees and workforce. Current budget. So roughly about $1 million, and that's 50% general rates and 50% income generation. Now, that's our target, but of course we're a commercial activity and we operate in a commercial way, which means that we often typically sit around the 60-40% by the time we've generated additional income. Look, our FTE count is 6 with a head count of 6. So that's a small number of people to operate multiple sites. So we rely on casual staff, and that's what that note just inside says. So event staff, so typically to open the Civic, we could have 10 or 12 people actually employed that night. They're employed casuals, and then they're charged on to the hirer, the person who's actually hired the cost of the venue. So it's a bit deceptive to say there's only 6 people floating around and thinking that we're doing all of these things. We do have casuals, but they're not out of our salaries and wages budget. Question.
Does that include the catering staff?
No, that doesn't include catering. Catering is completely outsourced to the ILT, delivered via the Ascot.
Exclusively?
Yes, that's a contract that came in as a result of the funding that they provided for the upgrade of the Civic. That arrangement is nearing the end of life, though.
Yes, and there is an opportunity to renegotiate and have a discussion around the hospitality provision, and we will do that in partnership with ILT. And we've also got, from time to time, we have ticketing staff over at the Civic to reduce pressure off customer services when they're having particularly high workflow. But at the moment, ticketing is primarily through customer services downstairs. It was at the stadium as well and the chamber as well. So we're now down to just downstairs. In the future provision over there, we will have a ticketing 0.5 of a person that's included in those numbers there. We don't have ticketing available in person at the moment on weekends as a result of the stadium departure from the network, but we do have 24/7 online access. So to maintain our current level of service, we obviously need to maintain fit for purpose and safe venues. We also need to maintain the heritage and thematic presentation of the venues. That's just a way of saying that a lot of the reason why we generate income is because it's a special and different and interesting place. So we need to make sure that we maintain that special, different and interesting place and not fall behind. The presentation is effectively what we're selling. To maintain a level of service, the business also needs to ensure a balance of commercial and community activity. So we can't go one direction or the other. We can't go completely commercial because that would come at a cost of all of those good things that we're talking about for the community. We also can't go completely community because we rely on that commercial to subsidise those other venues such as the Scottish Hall, etc. The levels of service also need to be maintained by continual renewal of budgets. Venues will continue to seek opportunities for increased collaboration and partnerships as to grow the business and community capability in the event space. So what that's saying there is that we want to walk hand in hand a lot more than what we've done in the past to build that capacity of our community groups hiring our education partners, so in the future they have more capacity and can come back and hire it in a professional space. Requirements to maintain compliance. So for us, we need to maintain our opening hours and access to ticketing. Ticketing is really, really important. Although we're collecting other people's money, we need to ensure that that service is really just booming, because full houses mean those promoters and those community events continue to happen and they come back year on year. We also need to maintain the buildings through renewals and programmed maintenance to ensure public safety. So that's we've had lots of conversations around that in the past, particularly with Rugby Park. And we need to maintain our plant and equipment through renewals, as well as response and program maintenance to ensure public safety as well. And we also need to address accessibility to our venues. We often talk about accessibility and think of wheelchair users, etc. But we're all getting older, and we are all we know we're going to have an aging population, and accessibility means people with cataracts, people hard of hearing, people who find those extra stairs a little bit difficult. It's not just wheelchair users, it's going to be all of us very shortly. So we need to make sure that we are addressing that in our heritage facilities.
Speak for yourself.
It's a bit bleak.
Somebody getting younger.
Opportunities for cost savings. So look, we operate in the commercial world, and we want to increase our commercial growth to thus further reduce ratepayer funding. So we are focused on some parts of our building, some parts of our business rather, making money. And so that means that's a better way than cutting often. And so venues want to further explore opportunities for commercial activation, diversification of spaces, including medium-term hires. I think we could all see the benefit of not just the social role, but the economic role of having the COVID clinic in an underutilised room upstairs in the Civic. We want to explore more things like that. We are using the Civic as a voting hub later this year for general elections. So again, those sort of week-long hires are really, really important. We want to really, unlock some of those spaces that we've got. We want to renegotiate our service contracts to more of a partnership model. So in some of our facilities, our relationship with our service delivery partners is very one-sided. So we want to actually involve them in our business direction. And that would be things like catering provision, things like security, all of those things. We want to really say, actually, we're both in this together. How can we align our goals and get a bit more of a partnership model? And Venues has a program of continuous review and improvement in the procurement and supply of resources to maximise efficiency. See, I've used that twice in 2 presentations because it was such a good line. So in other words, we just want to make sure that we've got good procurement in place, so we're getting the best deal. And we know there are some things we can unlock by better communication with the rest of council. So we want to explore that to make sure we're getting the best deal for bang for buck. Proposals for newer lifted services. So the 2 proposals here, they're both cost neutral, and they're both things that we intend to do at a operational level in the existing budgets. So the first one, we already do a little bit. Low risk co-producing and self-produced events. This, in other words, we want to be able to do stuff ourselves. When we see an opportunity or a gap via using Rangaranga, the programming framework, we want to say, actually, there's a gap there. We can actually do that small program. We're not talking about staging huge shows in the Civic or anything like that, but the example of that the children's show across the road done by the libraries was a great way to actually promote our venue at a low level and co-produce it. So we want to balance our commercial return from ticketed events as well as free community events. There are times when we have lots of people come through the door, and we could just add to that by adding a free program out the front. So we want to do that. We also want to increase civic pride and vibrancy in this city. So that's similar to taking the library outside of the building. From time to time, we want to take the expertise that we have in the staff and the equipment that we have there and take it outside to the community. And that might be really small. It might be sharing our beanbag collection with the community markets that happen around the place, or it might be something more where we actually are helping do an event. Next one is increased ticketing services level. We want to increase access to ticketing services through longer opening hours and more locations. We want to explore doing that with council facilities. So we do have some facilities that are open 7 days, and I have a good relationship with the library manager. And I'm in constant talks about could we potentially even use the library as an outlet for ticketing. We also have other facilities open in the weekends and later at night. So we're not talking about creating new kiosks anywhere, but actually expanding those ticketing services where it makes sense. And that's self-funded through extra revenue and using existing resources.
Do those conversations happen like this with that manager?
I constantly have multiple voices in my head, all fighting.
I don't think you'd be alone.
Levels of service. So measuring performance. Obviously, we want to measure performance of both our assets and the services within them. We do that primarily through our resident survey. We want to just tighten that up a little bit and make sure we're asking the right questions of our resident survey, as well as start to ask the questions of our promoters and hirers, who often aren't our residents, but they are our income line. So we want to increase public use of venue. I can barely read that. Gosh, that was small, Richard. Increase public use of venue services through attraction and support of a range of community events through touring shows and performances. So we want to measure the different types of shows and understand where the gaps are and where the events are, what sporting codes are being provided for, etc., what shows and genres are coming through. Obviously, the number of visits per head of Invercargill population is a really valuable one. And down the bottom is that satisfaction of our hirers and our patrons, so the people paying for the hire, but also those people coming to see the shows. And they rate the experience of the venue as good or very good. So continue to do that. We do have an interesting thing in the venues world where we often ask questions for people, how did you find today? And if you lose a rugby game, the answer is terrible. If they see a show that they love, yes, they had a great experience. If they don't like the show, then we get a bad experience. So we're not always, it's hard to say, no, we're talking about the quality of the air in the toilets, because it's not front of mind in terms of that. So it is a highly subjective measure that we have, but we don't have a way around it. So we'll continue to collect that, but also have more in-house operational level surveys to understand what our clients want and need. Right, so I said that I was going to show you two things that you'd love to have a conversation about, so they're coming up now. So the first one is, and I've written this as a problem statement. So whilst major events are the remit of the Great South, so these are big festivals, there's often times when council or our community have a desire for us to do some community events, but council has no dedicated in-house resource to do so. And so often there's lots of great people in this council who help and do a little bit extra, and we certainly do a lot of it over there. We do a lot of delivery over there that's actually outside of our remit because we want to have things happen, but we don't have a dedicated resource. So currently we have lots of community groups that get community funding, but they actually it's in the form of a transaction of money. We've got a lot of expertise that we could offer them. But currently, we aren't able to do so. They just get the cash injection, if you like. We also have various council departments with varying capability and capacity to deliver. So that's a lot of staff doing some great stuff, a bit of a side hustle, extra and over and above. And we also, of course, have a contract with Great South for city centre activations as well. So we've got a number of different things available. The demand for council-assisted delivery community events fall into 3 categories. So this is just what we've identified. We have civic events. So that's a death of a monarch. This is citizenship. There's all sorts of things like that pop up every now and again, and we go, cripes, we need to do that, but how do we actually deliver it effectively, safely, professionally, economically? We also have engagement events. We often want to go out and actually talk to our community, and we have a great engagement team who do all of that, but often they'll require some setup stuff, and they end up having to do extra stuff themselves, setting up tables, or we will provide them with stuff or a space, and we end up sort of delivering the setup of that event. And then the last one is programmed events. They're the fun ones. They're the programmed events from across council where we're doing something for a particular reason, whether it be a market day, we want to activate, we want to try something at this particular square in town, we want to have an event to celebrate this, we want to do something for Matariki. All of those things are the programmed events. So a solution, and this is an intended LTP bid. A small team. A small team could leverage existing event project budgets to provide a more efficient coordination and community support of events in Invercargill. This would increase the planning effectiveness, timely responses to event opportunities, and increase the visible presence of council in the community. So this is a team of people, a small team that could coordinate resources, provide expertise, health and safety planning, work hand in hand with community groups who are saying, hey, we've got a great event, we want to do this. And sometimes they might encounter asking permission from council, but it's just a little bit too hard to navigate for a community group about who to ask permission for, who to do this. So this is about having a resource that would navigate through council, but also help deliver when council wants to do things for itself. Right. With the chair's permission, would it be a good time to stop on this one for questions, or do you want to go to the...
let's stop here at this point, okay, for the events team. Trish.
So do you see this, if a team was developed, do you see that an outside contractor, and using one of my hats, say Rotary, they wanted to put on a convention in the city, so they would contract to you for some advice, or your team?
Yeah. Look, at the moment we do that for the venue. We say, hey, don't put your table there sort of thing, or you need a health and safety plan. But yes, it would be able to provide that support and then say, actually, your goals are so well aligned to ours. Can we actually activate that space and do a program there, or bring the library out of the wall, out of its walls, and deliver something there. So, that is exactly that. It's to navigate council, to deliver when council wants to deliver, and also coordinate and put everything together. There are opportunities out there to leverage community capacity and actually build on that empowerment aspect of the community. If we walk hand in hand, then they can walk alone in the future.
So is there, I'll come to you in a moment, Evelyn, is there the opportunity then, Richard, to have almost a one-stop shop where people would come and be looking to book an event, a venue for an event, and realise that there are 3 other departments of council they probably need to be talking to as well, that if we had our own events team, they can bring those departments together? We've
talked a lot around, toolkits and guidance for people, but it's more forms, and we've got to acknowledge that not everyone in our council, our community rather, are at a level where they can search for the information because they think that they're fine. And so, yes, it would be a one-stop shop, I guess, for some people. It also make promotion. It means that someone who applies for funding can then say, actually, can you help me? Do I need a traffic management plan or a health and safety plan? And it's a bit of an extra safety step as well. So, yeah, a bit of both.
Evelyn.
Yes, it occurred to me when you were speaking earlier, Richard, that one of the things that we probably have within venues is equipment that is underutilised. Is that one of the ways that we could be working smarter, not harder, within our community? Is the equipment that sits there for 3 weeks out of 4 or whatever because there's not a particular activity that would use it. Is some of that transferable between places, or is this more location specific, or a bit of both?
Bit of both. So at the moment, we're quite happy for other council departments and council family and certain groups to pick up our beanbags and take them somewhere because we love our beanbags. But we're not going to let a lighting desk do the same thing. But if we have a staff which includes an event delivery person, we say, yeah, we might be able to, if your event aligns with the goals of council, yes, we've got a person who can take the equipment and actually operate it for you within the prioritisation of resources and stuff. That is a possibility, yes.
And along the lines of the working smarter, not harder, it's all those little touches that make an event successful that a first time or inexperienced organiser might not consider, like, I don't know, flowers for the lobby or something like that. Those sorts of things that actually lift yourself out of the ordinary.
Absolutely. And so a community group will do something in a little council reserve or something like that. And they'll design a fantastic event, but they need to be challenged and said, hey, if where you're parking your cars, is it a curb all the way around? Is there a place that a person, a wheelchair user or walker user or someone who's a bit less stable can get to that event, or do they have to cross a bit of a muddy thing? It's those sorts of things that often people are focused so much on that community event, which might be fantastic. They don't think of some of those more less glamorous logistics. And when it comes to less glamorous logistics, that's the remit of council, isn't it?
And I guess the final thing about this is that how does this small team pay for itself?
Absolutely. So, look, we've costed this, and it needs to be worked through more in terms of the bid, in terms to fully understand it. But at the point we're looking at, probably around about 250k would be the size of where we're looking. Acknowledging also that we do have pockets of budgets across. So often someone will say, we'll do a project and this project has been given and within that there might be some available resource to actually pay for some of the services. That's what we don't know at this point in time. There's certainly demand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ria.
Thank you, Richard. I've just got a wee question. So when I look at this future events team and what it can look like and what you can deliver to our community, one of the uncomfortable aspects of what I've had in my mind listening to this is that we have our community wellbeing fund subcommittee, which people come to us and apply for funding for different community events. We rate that of different scaling points. I guess for me, my alert is if they decide, one of the applicants, to then come along and hire your events team to utilise and spend council money for their event, and we're effectively changing money between our departments.
Yeah.
How do you see that playing out in the future?
Yeah, so I mean, and this is a philosophical viewpoint and hasn't been developed in the bid, but from my perspective, I would say the production costs, so the actual tangible stuff, is where that money should go. What we're talking about here is projects would be covered within event budgets, but their staffing would be a rateable income, if you like, a rateable expense. So the staff we wouldn't be charging for, we would be providing that as a service, but it's the costs of whether they're hiring a piece of equipment or a venue, etc. That's where there could be a bit of a circular amount of money going around. The interesting thing, I guess, from a community perspective is the demand at the moment has been largely from council, within council, wanting to do activations to reach the community, to liven up a space, provide vibrancy, etc. It's an untested demand from with the community, because I think a lot of community enjoy doing the delivery, and we don't want to stamp that out. We want to empower them. So I think I would see the intervention from council being around advice and navigating ourselves more and doing stuff, yes, for council, but for the community is much more that navigation sort of stuff. Yeah. Otherwise, we're just coming in and taking over, and yeah, that's not great.
Alex, then Tom.
No, I'm actually just going to park that for now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
I mean, it seems very obvious to me that you'd expect that such a team or such an individual would already exist within council. So I'm surprised that, well, not I knew, but I'm still nevertheless surprised that we don't. Was there ever such a role in the past?
Not in this incarnation as that pure events team. We've certainly had pockets of individuals over the years doing different things in different incarnations. There's a perennial conversation in any sort of government or local government about in-house versus outsource, and we've certainly had those conversations in the past. But as a dedicated team, I'm not aware of anything, but there'll be individuals who would have worked on different projects, yes.
In the, sorry, supplementary, the team which exists within Great South, which we subcontract to do some of this sort of work, to have a separate team within the city would feel to me as though there was overlap, potentially, duplication, creating work for each other between the two teams, and therefore I wonder wherever such a group were based, whether it was within council or whether it was within Great South, it would be better perhaps if there was only one group rather than two separate groups.
So, Michael, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, that is kind of the question I was going to go to anyway. Thank you, Tom. There is the Great South contract sitting there, and what we're contracting them for is central city activation component. It's ring-fenced in relation to that, so there is some boundaries in relation to that. That contract does have a time frame in relation to that, and whether that's in scope, out of scope, that's a very valid question. Probably a question we need to look through from timing. The other aspect I would raise is there is a gap coming in relation to a number of our more established events. As time's going on, you start to lose the event coordinators, and it's whether council want them to continue. We will get to a stage where those events will not be able to continue with the current event groups. Does council want them to continue? This team may need to actually take up some of those events and actually coordinate the community itself.
What events are you thinking?
One particular event I would raise would be the Anzac Memorial or event. That would be one prime example for me. The other one, which we've got a rather significant gap in from a council perspective, is how do we form our own bids in relation to really large significant events, particularly around national sporting events that we might want to put a bid in as a city. We don't have the capacity within the organisation. I would say we have the capability across the organisation, just don't have the capacity. This is allowing the potential of some dedicated resource in that space to be available to be pulled aside to actually do those components. So from that perspective, I think you need to think the now, but also what's the future in relation to that and development, and look at that opportunity around what are we doing in relation contract review and going forward.
Alex, then Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really pleased that you raised this, Tom, and again, Michael's continuation, because that's what I've been bouncing around backwards and forwards with the voices inside my head. I think us doing this would, if you think of the venues and events as a business unit on its own right, it's no different to us giving Great South funding for the extension of services that they're providing there. But it's also no different than the stadium and the money that we provide them. They have a dedicated team, events team there to maximise the benefit for events at the stadium. I wouldn't say this is any different to that. We'd have a team dedicated to community benefit and maximisation of our venues. Except we've just retained it in-house rather than contracting it out.
Grant?
Yeah, thanks, Ted. Just to clarify that, though, didn't we hear before that the funding we give to Stadium Southland and the swimming pool and one other venue I can't remember was to do with the maintenance of the buildings? Not the and the service was to run itself? Is that what I picked up earlier?
For Splash Palace
Or do we just give them a general grant and they use it for whatever they like?
That varies from operation to operation. So for the likes of the pool, it is purely around maintenance for
the physical asset.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whereas there's a portion of community good that supports admission fees.
Yeah.
But for venues like the Civic and the Scottish Hall.
In the stadium.
No, the stadium grant, does it go just a general grant or is it
It's a general
plus
grant.
CapEx?
Yeah, both ways.
Right, okay. Just that was a point of clarification. So, sorry, my question is around if we were going to stand up a team, Richard, what's the availability of skill set? Or would it be, have we got that skill set we just leverage off, say, within the health and safety might sort of help in that area if there was a health and safety thing to an event?
Look, we do have capability already within council, and where this lands in terms of where it logically sits, yes, we're saying the venues team, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in the venues and event services team. That seems a logical place to be able to maximise some of our resources, but also our flexible staff. We talked about those casuals before. There's a lot of capability for delivery in that. The events world has a couple of components to it. So there's that navigation council, which is actually a council skill set to say, hey, you need to talk to this department, this person, this form, etc. There's also another skill set around programming, and as you know, we're developing that programming thing, the ability to talk to a customer or design a program. We've got that, again, spread out. And the last one is event delivery. Event delivery, once it's all been planned, is around having warm bodies on the street to move things, to set up, to allow those other departments to do really great events or other community groups to do really great events. That's a skill set that is not particularly difficult to recruit for. So in terms of attraction and setting something like this up, I think it's completely doable.
Cool. And so then supplementary, in terms of there could be a reallocation of some of the funding that goes to Great South that could be retained within council to support this team.
At this stage in the bid, we haven't identified where the money would come from. That'll be up to a prioritisation process that you'll go through with in the debates in the LTP. Yeah.
But to Tom's point, it would be seem nonsensical to have a team over there and a team here. We'd just have one team.
The only thing I'll say on the contract aspect, we have acknowledged both of our organisations previously that from time to time we've both felt orphaned as organisations in terms of our delivery in this particular aspect. Major events are very clearly sitting with Great South, and they're doing a great job, and they can connect in with their knowledge around tourism and promote it nationally. We both acknowledge that that's when it comes down to a smaller level, there is no home. It's hanging around there. So we have had those conversations in the past.
Cool. Thank you.
Trish?
Do you see then that this team would be a bridge with Great South or not?
Look, what it would provide is people who have got a job description that is dedicated around events that could leverage off the expertise. So as when there is a big event coming to town that Great South is doing, there would be someone who can talk to and support and be that interface from council to say, actually, while you're doing that, we would love to do a community activation to talk about this or that as part of it. So it would at least open a channel of communication. We have found in the past that the speed of our organisations are working in different directions and different priorities at different times of the year, and having a team that's aligned in their purpose in terms of both loving to do events sort of thing, speaking the same language would have its advantages.
Okay, can we move on to Nobby, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, just one quick reflection, I guess. We've had an in-house team before, which was a community services team. Darren and Leslie and others will know of that. That did some event work as well.
More community activation rather than events.
Yeah, that would be true.
Yeah, so given that we've had some degree of in-house already, I'd be a little bit nervous if we were looking to downsize the contract with Great South without some real in-depth consideration of what the consequences of all this are. I'm not suggesting it should be one place or the other, but certainly recent discussions I've had with Charmy and others, that contract initially was only to have 4 large events a year. And I've pushed her recently to say that's not good enough. If we want to activate the inner city, it's got to be more like fortnightly or every 3 weeks. And you'll see they've got a schedule out to that effect now. But they are very much generating just inner city stuff. Events that predominantly use local artists or food stalls or whatever to generate it. So it's a little bit different to what Richard's saying. They could be complementary, but I'd hate to think we're doing one at the expense of the other or overlapping each other.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're generating them. I think they're going along and assisting the people who are.
Who's that?
Great South.
Well, I mean, if you look at their schedule,
speaking as one of those people,
we've got that later on. We've got some scheduling later on in one of our activity reports, and 2 of them involve food stalls and food eating events and things. And they were things that I promoted with them recently. That they're easy to do things to generate some activity in their street in particular.
Other points?
Just point of clarification on this. This could work in a complementary way to that contract. Absolutely. What we're talking about here is the generation of events from this council that haven't had a home. We know that at the moment we do have a home for city centre activations, but the demand to date has been for the other things around that outside of the city centre that council wants to celebrate. And so this is an and conversation, not specifically around that particular contract.
And I did like Richard's analogy that, you know, if the feedback was you felt terrible after we lost a rugby game, we could knock over a rugby player tomorrow, couldn't we? You're not responding.
So if somebody goes to a show that they don't like, that doesn't look good for the civic.
We don't win too many rugby games.
I don't know, we've had a few of those games over the years and it's still there.
Yeah.
Part of our character. Richard, do you want to move on to the second point, please?
Thank you. Okay, so the second thing we're here to discuss is, and this has come from your feedback previously, a community sport and recreation facilities strategy. So trying to craft a bit of a problem statement here. So council support and provision of community facilities that service local and regional users has in the past been led by opportunity, crisis and ad hoc advocacy from groups. Historically, decisions have been reactive and without an overall strategy for investment and provision to guide them. So without a clear data-driven approach to investment, there exists a risk of inequity across the different groups and sectors of the community. So how do we know that we're giving enough love to this part of the community, to the sporting code, etc.? There exists a risk of decision paralysis due to a lack of information to enable prioritisation and a risk of missed opportunities in strategic co-investment, optimisation and value impact for ratepayer money. We know we've had some really difficult conversations about how to prioritise work on facilities, and sometimes it's because we're having conversations and we just don't quite have a scientific Bible to just reach to and provide us guidance and a bit of a this is the view. So here are some of the things that we think we believe in. So the current situation, facility investment has sometimes been reactive and emotive squeaky wheel stuff, and that's the world in which we live. Sometimes things happen in community or in cities where we need to be quick to react to save a provision or something, etc. We have a desire to encourage social cohesion. We've talked a lot about that today, and providing places for people to recreate together. We want to avoid duplication and provision. We don't want to spend a whole lot of money and make a decision and then discover that there's another provision that's the same thing elsewhere. We don't want cronyism. We don't want the perception of cronyism. So we want to be able to defend our decisions to the community and say why we've made that decision, what the benefits, what the disbenefits were, and have that recorded in advance as we can have those quality debates. We lack data around need, future growth, and provision statements for facilities. A provision statement says how many swimming pools do you need, or rugby stadiums, or community pocket parks do you need? Is it population based? Is it how far you need to travel to one of those services? We want vibrancy and the right fit-for-purpose facilities that attract people to Invercargill, and we want iconic venues that build civic pride. We also need well-maintained facilities that are safe, well-used and loved by the community. We want to also unlock opportunities and eliminate waste and provide value for ratepayers. So we need a pragmatic, action-orientated, data-rich strategy with a specific implementation plan to enable confident and in-time decision makings. Now, the first reaction from people in the room might be, oh gosh, is this another plan or strategy that sits on the shelf? And that's why we want to say that we want an approach, but we also want an action plan that determines where we are going to focus our attention into. So a possible solution is a facility strategy. It's a project to understand the existing provision and the future needs of community sport and recreation facilities to guide decision making on strategic investments in the future. We want to understand what's needed here and now and what's likely to be needed in 20 years' time and where it would likely be needed. So stage one of the project would define the current and future needs and the approaches for determining prioritisation. How do we react when someone comes to us with a proposal and a need? How do we know how do we sense check it, fact check it? How do we combine and understand what the provision of other funders are in the city? The second stage is an implementation plan, identifying specific actions and opportunities for co-investment, feasibility and prioritisation to enable fit-for-purpose community facility, sport and recreation provision, aligned to the needs and the growth of the community. Now, what we're talking about isn't a plan that's so rigid that you cannot deviate, because life's not like that. This is about having an approach and an ability to have those prioritisation conversations. And with that, I know you're itching to grill me, so I'll, with the Chair's permission, open to questions.
Thanks, Richard. Can I just kick off with this follows on from Active Southland Spaces and Places strategy that they've looked at. And I think that you're right. And look, Grant and I have been privy to some of the discussions that have fed into this, that we have been reactionary in looking at repairing things that have become dilapidated, and perhaps we're not forward planning, and this is what having a strategy is going to offer, and that it's probably going to, for an initial investment, mean better value for money following on from that. Steve?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I'll take this question because I've been working on the Spaces and Places strategy with Active Southland, and this is one of the objectives that review has identified, that at a regional level we've got a really good Spaces and Places plan for the regional provision, but where I think our learning is that it's failed to actually get into the local territory discussion about where communities need to invest, and the primary investor in the large majority of those facilities are councils. And so one of the objectives out of the new strategy is for councils to develop their own plan as an implementation and as a response to the regional strategy. So this doesn't duplicate and it doesn't compete with. It uses the same framework and decision-making approach that the regional plan does, but it brings it down to a local level and enables localised decisions to be made. And that's where it sits around this table.
Thanks. Alex?
Thank you. Will it be built from the data and insights, I guess, information that Active Southland has been gathering?
Absolutely.
Actively.
Yeah.
Over the last.
In part, I think what we've done and what Richard's also identifying, and this has been identified through multiple presentations today, is that we do, as a sector in sport, recreation and leisure, there is a big data deficit to inform decision making, and this is one of the things that would plug in that data around participation, around usage, around condition and quality. And so that would be the first step in that strategy for us, is to understand as a community, what are we sitting on and what do we need going forward.
And to that, we often have been led by an existing provision debate. So we've got a site with something on it, so that we're always talking about how do we improve it, how do we meet the community needs. Have we ever stepped back and said, actually, if we reevaluated it, it's not near a bus stop, So do we need to change our transport provision, as already discussed before, or should we be looking at another site and actually optimising that, selling that piece of land and actually building something over here which is closer to public amenities, is allowing for 2 community groups to use it or do different codes, etc. It's those sorts of things.
Grant, then Nobby.
Look, yeah, I'm a very big fan of us being really strategic in this space. And if you look at our capital spend that's in our long-term plan, there's a lot of money that's being spent there, and you know, some degree of apprehension around, is this the right spend? And I think that's something we would need to be really cognizant for, because that's ratepayer money. The second thing is that we're very fortunate in this community to have significant community organisations like ILT and then the Community Trust that are big investors in our community and in these types of things. We need to provide direction for them, and I think they're looking for that direction, because you know, any one of those people will tell you that their dollar is getting asked to be spread further and further, so they want to be very strategic and be able to you know, invest in facilities that do meet a lot of the needs that we cover off in our social wellbeing and economic wellbeing, all those, their full wellbeing. So, you know, I think there's a real strong need for this, and for this council to show some really strong leadership within this space in our community to get a really great outcome over 30, 50 years. So I'm a big supporter of this approach.
Nobby?
Yeah, just to reinforce what Grant's saying. So it seems to me, I've only been here 48 years, that we tend to traditionally back up the sports. So a good example is soccer's got far more numbers, especially in the youth space, than rugby has. Rugby's pretty well a dying sport, and I know Peter won't like me saying that, but the numbers are dropping off significantly, yet we continue to pour a whole lot of money into Rugby Park. If you look forward, well, how many around this table know what's happening in the beach volleyball space down that we've created? How many people are going there? We don't know. Well, we haven't found out. Recreational cycling's huge. You know, when you look at senior soccer and you look at, they play in a Target Southland competition, for example, and that's the leading sport for junior sports kids playing. Soccer is 30 or 40 people attend a game down at Turnbull Thompson once a fortnight. It's just not there, and yet you'll see in one of the activity reports later on this afternoon that the people out walking dogs at Sandy Point on the old golf course, 6,000 people in 7 weeks. So, you know, we've lost sight, I think, of what we should be providing for our community. The big franchises, rugby, netball, indoor basketball, should be all funded by the big stakeholders are there. We should be looking for a much more input into activity going forward. And the big one that's on the horizon, whether we like it or not, is esports. I'm not sure how playing a computer is actually called a sport, but it is. Yes, I know, Darren, we've had this discussion. But look, there's some fantastic opportunities.
It's competition, Nobby. So's cards.
I understand that, and it's huge. If you talk to James, who some of us have had some input with, you'll know the numbers are around. And look, there's some really change of conventional thinking. I've just about got the Workmen's Club over the line to provide one of those rooms upstairs, one of the 3 rooms, and put somewhere between 80 and 100 computers in there permanently so that we can have an esports venue, and also looking to South City for the same sort of capacity as well, because that's where the activity is coming forward. It's not in rugby and soccer and hockey and stuff like that. I mean, we need to maintain those, but I think, as Grant has said, we've got to have a forward look for the next 10, 20 years.
Oh, the art of facts.
So, thanks, Sam.
Tom.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of central planning. You just begin till you get it wrong. As Nobby's just said, you know, times change, sports change. If you believe that we can back a winner in 2023, say with a plan for there's going to be X rugby stadiums, there's going to be so much soccer space, so much for cycling, you can guarantee within 10 years it's all changed. I think if we have a plan, it should be to be flexible. I think if we have a central plan should be to create spaces which are flexible so that they conserve a range of usage, so that as times change and kids decide that they don't want to play, they do want to play beach volleyball rather than soccer, but that space can be changed to suit that.
Richard? That's absolutely right. So that's why it's got two things up there, a strategy and a plan. So the strategy defines the approach about how you would delve into the data, but the plan would need to be continually refreshed. You'd have a prioritization list, but those prioritizations would change depending on the opportunity. The new structure of the Commonwealth Games, for example, allowing for multiple cities and activations, might change the prioritization of that. It also might define things like what is a destination facility versus a local facility. Do we fit out a local facility in a different way to a destination facility? There might be rules around what, when we invest, it must be multi-purpose, it must be, or at a certain level it can be more specific with bespoke equipment. It's those kind of things that we want. So as when we still, and there's still a place for debate and there's still a place for prioritization and community responsiveness, but as we're doing that, we've got a structure to do it around that is considered and provides us a bit of confidence in our decision making.
Evelyn.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit struggling about this because I think that one of the things, it worries me if we look at amalgamation or promoting a particular facility. What happens to those places that have been doing those things for a long time? I mean, there could be clubs that offer, I don't know, I'll say something and it'll be wrong, but they have a club facility that does a particular activity, and all of a sudden the city puts money into something that offers that activity as part of what they do as well. What happens to their facility? And do we run the risk of downgrading some of those things? This is the sort of competition, and I think about, for instance, we had central pools and we built Coldstream, and then we built Splash Palace, and there's no Coldstream, there's no central pool either, there's just the one pool. All our eggs are in one basket, so to speak. But then we've had other things like, and forgive me, I'm not a sports person, so I'm going to get this wrong, but I believe that some of the squash clubs were actually co-located with other facilities. You build the stadium, you put your squash club in there, or squash courts in there. What does that do to those other local club-based facilities? Are they able to carry on, or does it undermine them? And I think as a council, when we're planning these things, maybe that's something that we need to be aware of, because those local hub things are as important for that community, even if they're not the flashest or the, most up to date. I'm not sure what the answer is.
Points of clarification, though, because Coldstream went because Boys High wanted their land back.
Indeed.
And squash are actually located in Onslow Street. There just happened to be courts at the stadium.
Right, but there were clubs that had their own squash courts once upon a time. Have they all gone the way of all good things because they've been centralised? And I just wonder what our role is in all of that. Is it to gather things under one roof because there's cost effectiveness in it, or should we be looking at supporting people where they are?
Can I respond? Yeah, a couple of things. I think what Richard said around, there's two aspects, the strategy and planning, and certainly I don't think there's any appetite to go and plan centrally, what the city looks like around facility. And the squash one's actually a really good example, because I know when they looked at that transition, Squash Southland were heavily involved in what squash looked like in provision, and they've actually got great outcome when they have big competitions they use down at Onslow Street primarily. But if you look at how the squash courts are activated at the stadium, they're very casual in their use, but equally they're involved in competition. So that's a great example, in my mind, of what you'd be looking to do. You work with your sport to develop a plan for them. They develop their plan, but it fits into the strategy. And that's, I think, what we're trying to achieve here. We're sort of taking the helicopter view and then working with the sports to say, well, what does your plan for your sport in 10, 20, 30 years look like? And 30 years, I know, is a long time, but what are they trying to achieve? They're all probably trying to say more participation, all those sorts of things, right? That's for them to solve, but we've got to take account of that when we develop our strategy. And I think that's the piece that's missing. Yeah. But it's a good example around how it was done with squash in the stadium.
Ria.
Thanks, Richard, for bringing this to us. It's to support what Grant just said. One of the areas on how to future-proof or how are we going to use our facilities to best have the future mapped out. A lot of the national bodies to all our sporting groups have some pretty amazing data that is very futuristic. It has a rate of what diminishing players they have versus the reasons why. So the information is actually already out there. So I guess what I'm saying is, how do we take advantage of that and utilise it to how we can predict how our facilities can be of the future? So that's what I'm thinking. This is where we're going, right?
Yeah, and this is about linking everyone up.
Correct.
So first of all, we don't want to fix what ain't broke. We don't want to invest in things that are already ticking away in the community and the community groups happy. But what we might want to do is strengthen those community groups by having a premier. If we decide that, let's use squash because we're talking about squash, no promises, but let's just say we decide to make a premier location for squash that actually promotes and encourages national competition, then therefore we're actually supporting those local groups because you're getting interest. People, I want to take that up, and they've got a bit of a goal to where they end up. But what it might mean from a council perspective is we say actually that destination facility requires this level of service, this level of surface rather, this level of courts, this level of change room provision, and therefore we might say actually at a local level we only do this level of surface, and rather than having continual pitches come from all these different clubs saying, well, we want what they've got, and then we can respond to say actually in our strategy, in our plan, we have one destination facility and we maintain those others just like you've always got. But if you want to have your premier competition, you come here. It's those sorts of data, and we want to build on what the national trends are saying, as well as linking into that national competition, that promotional excelling and the likes.
Okay, thanks for the feedback. Thank you, Richard. Well spoken, Jason. Your support was appreciated. Though. I'll pause the live stream there. We will reconvene at 1:05. Just wait on a second, councillor. This is the live. You let me know when we're.
I think I'm in February.
Right. Thanks, Gil. Welcome back to the LTP workshop for asset and activity plans as we look ahead to what we're going to be consulting on next year. And we move now into the arts and culture section. Wayne, welcome along. Thank you for sitting through the last session with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You have the clicker.
Thank you very much. So the overview of the activity, the Arts, Culture and Heritage area of Council, it's primarily focused on Invercargill City, but we have tentacles and relationships that move throughout the wider Southland region, given the nature of collections, but also some of the partners that we are involved with. So at the moment we have relationships obviously with the Southland Museum and Art Gallery Trust, the Invercargill Public Art Gallery, He Wakatuia as the transitional space, Bluff Maritime Museum Trust, which is actually a CCO, and the Southland Regional Heritage Committee. Through those partners, we're increasing our community engagement, access to the collection, but also participation in making our collection accessible. What it all boils down to is actually celebrating Invercargill and Southland through the concept of the story of Southland, which is a high-level research document which was done in the early 2000s that continues to be reviewed and also updated. The strategic priorities for us, obviously we fit in all of the strategic priorities, ensuring once and for all that we're there celebrating the story of Southland. In our future focused economy, we actually look to the past to see what innovation and opportunities can form part of the story of Southland for the future. So if we think about the past and we think of people like Godwin who put that twist in the hairpin, or Strang across the road who invented instant coffee, Burns Watson who came up with the Rosalind Reviver for lambs. We had Burt Munro, who everybody knows about, and today in our contemporary world, Peter Beck. So we're actually very rich in terms of how history can actually support us as a future-focused economy by actually showing the innovation that we've seen and celebrating the innovation that we've seen in the past going into the present and the future. Our current annual budget, we're working at the moment with 11 full-time equivalents. Those people are primarily working on the pack-up and relocation of the Southland Museum and Art Gallery Trust collection. We acknowledge that once Tisbury and also Project 1225 are on board, that headcount will creep somewhere in the vicinity of around 25 people. So that is part of our planning that we're looking at for the future. Our rates at the moment, we have obviously the general rates revenue, which comes in, and that is distributed in a number of areas, which includes the operation of He Wakatuia. The other rates revenue includes the significant contribution from the Southland Regional Heritage Committee towards the operation of the Southland Museum and Art Gallery.
Is that the 1.3 million? Sorry, before you leave that slide.
Sorry, I can go back to that slide. Yes,
The
that's the
other
1.3 million.
Comes from
Southland Regional Heritage Committee.
And how do they get the money?
So the Southland Regional Heritage Committee has the ability to rate based on properties in Invercargill City, Southland District Council and Gore District Council. Which we collect. It all goes into one large pot and then is distributed. Southland Museum, Gore for the operation of Eastern Southland, and Bluff Maritime Museum and Te Hakoi receive some funds from that. On top of that, there is an amount of money that supports Project ARC, as well as other projects which occur in the wider community.
And is that distributed on a per capita basis?
No, it's not. It's distributed basically on a per needs basis. And at the moment, the funding model is currently under review by the Southland Regional Heritage Committee. For example, Bluff Maritime Museum and Te Hakoi both receive just over $13,000 per annum. The model was established around 2005, and it's now time and appropriate that the model is actually reviewed.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just ask a further question? But I didn't realise it was coming through that way. So, can we ask for more money in any one year?
We can always
From the arts or not regional?
we can always seek additional funding from the Regional Heritage Committee, but it will be based on a project.
Right.
And so an example of that would be that Southland Museum and Art Gallery and ICC purchased a freezer so that we can actually undertake the fumigation of objects which have bora or something else in them. That was funded through the Southland Regional Heritage Committee, in addition to the money that we receive. Thank you. My apologies, I got overly excited there. Maintaining our core level of service. So at the moment, we have some operational delivery. Hei Wakatuia, we have a management contract actually in place at the moment with the Invercargill Public Art Gallery. There is a contract for management services between the Southland Museum and Art Gallery Trust and Invercargill City Council. And also we have a contribution towards the Southland Regional Heritage Joint Committee. That contribution takes a number of forms. Firstly, there is the direct financial contribution to the Regional Heritage Committee through our ratepayer base. Secondly, we have councillors sitting on that committee. Councillor Soper is currently the Deputy Chair. We are also represented by Mana Whenua by Reverend Cook. And on top of that, we provide one of the 3 advisors to the Regional Heritage Committee. At present, we're also looking after the Project ARC contract for the next 2 years. So we have that staff, those staff members as part of our team, and they are providing services at the moment for the relocation of the museum collection. But once that collection has been relocated, that is an opportunity to work with other institutions around the Invercargill and wider Southland area.
Does anybody not know what Project ARC is? Excellent answer, thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have some compliance requirements. So the biggest requirement that everybody will always hear about is maintaining appropriate temperature, humidity and security to look after our collection. That's effectively seen as a bit of a no-brainer. However, our biggest challenge is compliance with legislation and changing legislation. So as some members may be aware, as councillors may be aware, recently the Arms Act has been reviewed, and there is new requirements specifically for museums which have been introduced this month. We're currently working with New Zealand Police and ensuring that we meet all the requirements of the New Zealand Arms Act. Likewise, we have the Protected Objects Act that covers many of the items that we hold in our collection. The Wildlife Act, which actually deals with a lot of the stuffed birds and various other animals that we hold as part of our collection, because even though they may no longer exist, they may be extinct, they're still covered by legislation from the Parliament. We also have to be cognizant of the Trade and Endangered Species Act. That means that if somebody's coming in and offering us, for example, various ivories or stuff like that, we're just aware of asking the right questions about their backgrounds. There are some other areas that we do have to be involved with. Interpol, stolen works of art, always an interesting thing to suddenly look at, but we are now dealing with a world which is post the World War II soldiers. Many of those soldiers have now passed away. Their families have suddenly inherited some rather interesting paintings, interesting works of art, souvenirs, for want of another word, that they have picked up in various parts of the world. And with the international work that's being done at the moment, sometimes there are some questions that are raised. So we're very cognizant of that, as well as other acts as they relate to the repatriation of some quite important materials. We have identified this year some opportunities for cost savings. I'm sorry, it's not a lot. We need almost every cent of our budget to ensure that we relocate the collection appropriately. We have some operational cost savings, primarily through consulting, but also the ongoing purchase of materials, because we have achieved that. We have also identified, however, that we can start to generate some revenue. So we have an opportunity with exhibition partners, sponsors coming on board, and with us now looking at the development of a Vernon browser module, that's suddenly going to mean that our collections will be coming online, which gives us an opportunity through, for example, some of the photographic areas to generate some income and revenue through sales. Our proposals for new or lifted levels of services. So as councillors are aware, we're in the exciting countdown phase for the Tisbury Reserve Regional Storage Facility to become accessible to us to relocate the collection to. At the moment, we are estimating that our public research area will be opened in late 2024. That will allow members of the public to come in and access some of the archives, but also some of the collection directly. That will be arranged initially via appointment. The exciting thing for us is the Vernon System browser module. We have a very good database. That database has been audited for the first time since the 1940s, comprehensively, so we actually understand what's in the collection. To date, we have digitized over 25,000 images, and so by utilizing the Vernon System browser module, which is an add-on to the collection management system we use, we will make this material widely available in early 2024. So we're aiming to get the first 25,000 out. That's going to be a huge help to our young people in our communities, especially with the new history curriculum coming online. So to be able to access those old photographs of Invercargill and Southland, that's a big tick for everybody. It also means that it's a chance for us to refamiliarise ourselves with the collections. During 2024-2025, we're going to start a survey of our archive collection and start an assessment against the Information and Records Management Standard. There are some very, there are national standards that we can benchmark ourselves against. However, we need to have a comprehensive understanding of what is in our archive collection. Some of those archives, in fact, may end up being returned to Invercargill City Council because over the years, various things have made its way into our collection which may not be appropriate for us to actually hold as part of our collection. So part of the conversations that we'll have will actually be rationalising that and ensuring that for researchers in particular, there is a one-stop shop to go to and they're not having to go to a number of different places. In addition to that, I think we're all excited about the regional storage facility, but more excited about Project 1225. So there will be an increased level of service which will accompany both projects. So in terms of the Tisbury facility, obviously we have collection access. There is an opportunity for education. So out of that collection comes some remarkable education opportunities for our wider community. We have a number of regional services that we will provide through that facility. We have a conservation lab which has been developed as part of it. We also have the ability to develop exhibitions and delivery through not only Hei Wakatuia, but also within the wider region as well. So we're actually providing access to that collection, getting it out, making it available, and actually having the people of our region start to reconnect with a collection that hasn't been really accessible since 2018. Likewise with Project 1225, everybody is pretty excited about what we're going to come up with, not only in terms of the building, but also in terms of exhibition development and delivery. So some of those measures we're going to look at will be the cost per visit. So we've put a benchmark target in that we'll be looking at increasing the level of events that occur within the building, and once again, that access to education. And one of the areas that is really important to remember when it comes to education is it's not just kids age 5 through to 18 at school. Education is all ages. And so none of us ever stop learning. We all say that on a regular basis. So our mantra in terms of education is simply when you leave, you will know something more than when you walked in the door, and you will have learned something.
Before we leave the slide here, can I ask about the costs? Do you mean actually an entry fee?
No, what we're looking at is in terms of the cost per visit. So some of the work that we're going to end up doing will be looking at the operational costs. We'll be looking at the number of people who come through. There will be some exhibitions, some travelling exhibitions, for example, where there may be a charge to go through, which happens in a number of other places. But generally, the level of thought to date has been that it'll be free access and free entry. However, it's now widely acknowledged that within museums there are things that people are very willing and prepared to pay for, the add-ons which are not businesses as usual. So that's where we're looking at on the cost per visit analysis.
Okay. Or do you mean revenue per visit?
Sorry?
Is it revenue per visit?
It's looking perhaps in terms of the cost. So if, for example, it's costing us $1 million a year to operate, and we've got 200,000 people going through, there's that element of cost, obviously, to the ratepayer that we have to be cognizant of. We also need to look at the revenue opportunities as part of that cost structure, so through retail and obviously through cafe exhibitions and also ongoing sponsorship.
Can we just get through to the end of the slides and we'll come back for questions?
Thank you. There's also some other options that we're seeking some advice from council to consider. So at the moment, as councillors are aware, we have a transitional space at Hei Wakatuia where it's art plus museum. So we're seeking to continue that delivery of service at the transitional space while assessing options for a more permanent site. And as councillors are aware, there has been some discussion about finding a more permanent site for that area to be relocated to. The ACI, at the moment, within our plans, it's currently to be delivered in year 10 of the new LTP, with budget scope to be determined in years 1 and years 2 of the new LTP as well. In terms of measuring performance, arts, culture and heritage, we provide a different level of engagement with our community, and it's a level of interaction at a number of ages. It can break through all socio-economic barriers. This is about opportunities for people to have access not only to their stories but also our stories. We have a number of KPIs that we're looking at. So in terms of Hei Wakatuia, it is obviously the number of visits we currently have through the door, a customer satisfaction rating which will be conducted internally, and also a new KPI which we are introducing is the number of on-site and off-site exhibitions which celebrate our collections, meaning both the Southland Museum and Art Gallery, IPAG, but also other institutions, and also the story of Southland, because it's really important that we have that ability to measure that and also show that we're demonstrating that level of access to our wider community. In terms of the Tisbury Regional Storage Facility, once again, we're looking at the number of access visits, recording that. So that means if you're coming in to make an inquiry, we're recording that information. The number of collection items accessible to the public, both in a physical as well as a digital form. Something that's very new and exciting is the opportunity to create 3 educational resources per annum. Our schools are screaming out for educational resources which reflect our collections, our stories. So this is a great opportunity in terms of partnerships to be able to make this more accessible. Likewise, school visits on site, community outreach. We're looking forward to our first group of weavers coming through the door to be able to see kurawai or other weaving that we hold in our collection actually spread out for the first time and not sitting in a box and having to very carefully look at the top of a kurawai, but actually able to look underneath and actually see the weaving. which is something that the weavers know, but in many cases museums often show the top, but they never show the bottom, which is the most important thing. And likewise regional services. So we have a number of museums, galleries, cultural organisations, marae within our wider region. We need to ensure that we are providing a level of support in terms of the assistance that we have through, for example, Project ARC, or also through the Conservation Lab, or even making material available from the collection. In terms of Project 1225, we've got a good benchmark up there. 200,000 visitors per annum should be our benchmark. That is the old benchmark for the former Southland Museum and Art Gallery. You manage to exceed it every year. So let's start off with a figure which is there and known about. In terms of exhibitions, we will be developing a Project 1225 impact model, and the impact model will very carefully consider revenue generation, all of those financial as well as public-private good, as well as the four well-beings, and they will then come together to actually look at the number of exhibitions which meet or exceed those impact objectives per annum. Similarly, adult visitors, surveying visitors on site and seeing those who are satisfied to extremely satisfied, and also once again the number of events to be held at Project 1225. So we know that it's a new facility. We know that people will be desperate to hold a number of events, whether it's a recital, theatre. It could be even to the extreme of a wedding or a christening, which are known to happen in museums around New Zealand. I'll rephrase that. I've just had the look. A naming ceremony, as opposed to a christening. So there are obviously those type of opportunities which can occur. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's the presentation.
Thank you.
Happy to take any questions.
Peter, then Trish.
Yeah, Wayne, what would be the most valuable piece that you have in the museum, or pieces? And do you insure them?
Well, we have a large number of pieces which have considerable value, and primarily those collections are within the Toka Māori, within our Māori collection, because they are completely irreplaceable. At the moment, there is a blanket cover of just over $10 million for the collection, which is available through the annual report.
Thank you.
As we had to explain to auditors every year, is hard to value priceless. Trish.
Two things through you, Chair. First one, the resources that you're going to develop as part of the measuring performance of the facility. Will you work in conjunction with Ngāi Tahu for that? Because they have developed some amazing history resources for this area.
We're very fortunate through the iwi komiti and our relationship with the Forunaka that they would be part of the conversation. We would be silly to go anywhere else, and so that obviously gives us that connection through to Ngāi Tahu and some of the resources. There are also some other stories that haven't had that opportunity to be developed to date. This is a great opportunity to do that.
It's just that they are very...
Yes.
And the other thing is, will we be able to have, for you, Chair, perhaps, a discussion about cost of the museum at some stage? You know, cost going into the museum and into activities and things. We haven't had a discussion about that.
You mean whether or not we charge?
Yes.
That is a decision that council will make at some point.
Yes, that's fine.
Primarily for people who are not our ratepayers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The Tisbury facility, what user pays? How does that play a part in that facility? Will people pay to use that facility? Like if schools want to access resources to support curriculum, will there be a charge to them?
At the moment, there was no plan to put a charge on for that. We don't have a charge at the public library at the moment for schools accessing the resources at the public library. So if that was a decision to be made by council, it would have to cover obviously a number of council sites.
Okay.
Evelyn.
Just within the digitising and the greater freedom of accessibility, are there some things that will only have limited accessibility? For instance, I'm struggling to remember if I've even asked you this, but do we have any material that relates to Torres Strait Islanders and Tangata Takitaki, for instance, who have restrictions about images of their ancestors being displayed? We've not asked for necessarily that particular restriction, but we have asked to have some control over who does access some of our images. So I guess that it would be fair to say that we should have those same policies that apply to other Indigenous peoples.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, is the simplest answer. There would be no putting up of any images which had not been signed off, especially as it relates to Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders in particular. But we're also aware within, at the moment, within the Pacifica community, there's some ongoing debate and discussion. That is where we have an opportunity working closely locally with PACT, but also with the wider Pacifica community and our colleagues in museums in Samoa and the Cook Islands, that we can actually start to work together to find appropriate ways to advertise and also display some of this material that we do hold. We do hold Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island material within our collection. We are very fortunate that most of that material that we hold is not generically named. It actually has a location that it has come from. So we know, in effect, with the work currently being led by Te Papa, that we will in fact end up with a long-term relationship with a number of different peoples around Australia.
And the other thing that I had was when you were talking about the exhibitions or as such, or the material being, you know, I'm trying to be careful here because it's actually not your collection. Well, it's your collection, but not. So the museum can't just say to people, you can have this or that, because there are collections within the collections that have rules around them. But are you talking about things like what we are showing within the civic chambers, for example, within the civic buildings from the city's collection? Is that the sort of opportunities that you'll be advancing in the future, or the use of the Southland Art Foundation collection in other places and spaces rather than just in Hiwakatui or any other specific building?
So there are always a number of opportunities with collections, depending on how robust those collections are. And so any loan which comes in, we have to go through quite a strict process before we actually agree to make those loans available. But the most important thing is trying to make material available, but ensuring that particular material is preserved and looked after in the way that it's loaned. So it's not a free-for-all, it's not a shopping expedition, but what it is a way that we can carefully curate some material to make it available in the wider community.
In the interest of equity, I'll ask you the same question that I asked Richard, and that's about the digitisation and the ability to cross-communicate between library and museum collection and all those sorts of things, and the steps that you're taking to ensure that, because, for instance, does the library use Vernon? And so with us adding to with Vernon Access, is that going to make it harder or easier for that cross-fertilisation?
One of the challenges that we do have is the uniqueness of the systems, for example, with the library, but also with the council archive system and our own system. What we have been exploring in terms of conversations is bringing those parts of the knitting together in one central platform. So we have a pretty smart IT team at ICC, and their brilliance is going to come to the fore as we're able to take all of these little bits one day and see it come through within a single platform. However, in the interim, we are developing our own. with a view to a long-term opportunity to bring that together in a single platform. We looked at a number of options over the last 18 months, and we found that there were foibles within those options. So we're continuing that conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? If not, thank you, Wayne.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Chair.
it this afternoon. Heather and Patricia, welcome to our hot seats.
I'll do the important part and look after the slides.
So we've had a morning of dreams and sparkles, and unfortunately now we talk about investment property and the investment activity. So just a reminder, the investment activity is actually more than just the investment property. It also includes our investment in ICHL and the other CCOs that we held directly, and our treasury activity. So this is our borrowing, and we do have one asset loan at the moment to ICL. So this is actually, if you want to flip to the next slide, this is actually probably a slightly different activity to everyone else's, but we still tie back into the strategic priorities and community outcomes. So the whole role of this activity is to make money. This is the activity that puts money back in and reduces the rates. So we've got the current budget up there for the current financial year, and it's just easier to separate into its two components. So the treasury activity at the moment has about a $5.2 million net positive gain to the bottom line. So that's really just an interest and dividends. And the investment property is sitting at about $800,000 positive if we look at operational. There is no staff immediately. You want to get back on? Sorry, there's no staff tagged to this activity. The finance team manage the treasury, and the property team manage the investment property. So it's those costs are sitting in those other activities. So it does inflate its performance just a little, but it is necessary to keep it out, to keep that visibility on what is essentially an income generating activity. You can flip. So in maintaining our levels of service, we've sort of look at each part and separate. So we want to maintain the levels of service around our investment property portfolio. We have got a mixture of income producing and then those strategic and community assets sitting in there at present. And that's understanding that mix as a council and working about whether we have that right mix there and whether some of those strategic and community assets would be better elsewhere within council and not sitting within the investment activity. The other really important one is to maximise the return and make sure we have that steady return from ICHL so that we know we've always got that base thing, and to minimise the cost of borrowing. It's not minimising borrowing, it's minimising the cost of it by using our treasury tools that we have available to make sure that we, at going through peaks and interest rates, we've managed to minimise where possible through using treasury instruments. I'll flick it forward again. However, we do have a couple of compliance requirements, and this is where there is a bid or it's an option for you as well, and that's in relation to one of our investment properties. So one of the investment properties, we still have some property down at Ararua, and that's the homestead itself, which at the present we cannot lease as a residential lease because it doesn't meet the healthy homes criteria, and so we would need to invest some money if that was, and I will bring that come back as an option. So that's where some of our properties we've got the requirements of healthy homes or just normal building ownership things that we need to meet. Opportunities for cost savings or additional revenue. Probably more additional revenue in this one. The most obvious one is market rentals are on our investment properties, and we're already doing that. What I just mentioned is about transferring some of those strategic properties out of the investment portfolio. So these are the ones that currently aren't earning market income. So they can be better managed for other community outcomes. And whether we have the right investment return, are we getting enough from ICHL, and should we be managing our investment property portfolio for commercial returns only? So that's a real question that poses into the role of the investment activity. We're not proposing to do anything new or lift any levels of service here. This is pretty much a proposal to keep a status quo type proposal. Forward one. The options for the council to consider is whether we want to continue to offer the Aroa homestead as a residential lease. If that's one of the options being put forward, if we do, that will come with a dollar tag. Do you remember how much we had?
Within the region of 100,000
is required to uplift that property.
What do we lease it for?
So it's a residential. It's the original homestead as part of the heritage German heritage area, and it's for residential purposes.
So if we raised a loan to do that work to bring it up to a healthy standard, is the rental income going to potentially enable us to pay off that loan?
So all of the rentals at Aroa, so there are 3 German cottages as well, they're all at market rates.
Over time.
Doesn't necessarily answer the question.
No, I can't answer the question.
It would take a long time.
It will take a while.
Right.
Yep.
So yes, but slowly.
Yes, but very slowly.
How much rental do we generate per annum off those houses?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, sorry.
That's the question.
They're not. The German cottages are not substantial buildings. They are historically significant, but I guess that's a discussion for us to have. Thank you.
And of course, as I've just, it's getting that mixture. It's having the mixture in the portfolio. That's probably the thing that we need to consider around the investment property portfolio. It's just how much of what we have in there. However, we want to do some significant changes around the measuring of performance. I think we are proposing a lot more KPIs than what we've previously had. We have always had the occupancy level greater than 95% for investment property, but what we're proposing is 2 new measures in relation to what's the return. We're proposing to do them as on a total portfolio basis, but then on the commercial portfolio side as well, so that we can get a better understanding of just that return, so that it gives the public the direct optic. And if you flip to the next slide, gives the treasury side, and I think there is nothing at present. There is no KPIs at present for this part of the activity, so we're proposing 2 new ones. Very simple at this point in time till we understand what the board looks like. That's simply the net interest income is higher than what we had budgeted, and the dividend income is in line with budget. So that shows that we're getting what we wanted out of the holdings group, and that our interest is being managed in line.
The expectation around dividend, though, is always one of those interesting arguments where quite often council has expected an amount of dividend, a fixed amount, whereas a dividend is, from a business perspective, is based on what that company is able to return. If it's not had a profitable year, then it's not going to pay as high a dividend. I think council has struggled with that sometimes in the past, but I mean, I take into account the fact that the projected dividend is created with the best knowledge at the time, but it's just council understanding the tension and expectation on ICHL in this case on what that dividend is. And if we go and say to them, we want an increased dividend, then they'll say, well, that's fine, we need more money to go and invest in opportunities that will help to increase that dividend.
through Chair, that's fair, as well as making sure that we've been very clear when we giving our dividend expectations to the holdings company that we want a steady dividend. We don't want it to be up one year and then significantly different the next. We need that steady return. Would take like slightly less in one year to get more the next year.
I think they have used an element of smoothing in the past.
Yeah, they do.
Tom.
Two questions, Chair. Sorry, you taking questions? Are you?
How many more slides we got?
There is 2 more slides.
Okay, sorry, I'll ask
Get
him
to
at
the end of that.
Yeah.
Tom and then Graham.
It's a very important one about the asset plan. The asset plan's done as part of the wider property asset plan, but we do have one for these. And then the last slide was the risks and challenges that we have. I think I'm the only one that's used the risks and challenges slide. But with investment property, we are dealing with risk and return on this. So we lose tenants, and we've got to have the opportunities. We do have endowment funds where we have to keep investing, so it's just finding those opportunities. With the holdings, it's that maximising that long-term dividend and keeping that alignment to Council's vision and objectives. In Treasury, these are macroeconomic risks and challenges we have with the Treasury side, and that's just the interest rate fluctuations, and then having that really good visibility of our borrowing to ensure that we know when we need to go borrow and for how much. There's no use going to borrow 30 million today because we've got a $70 million or $50 million capital plan for the year, but if I go borrow 30 million today, I might not need to go borrow again because they might not have spent it all. So it's just balancing that.
Tom.
So 2 questions. This very early slide that you showed that had the budget, I guess, on it, revenue, and there was a cost of $2.5 million a year or something like that. I don't know if you want to try to go back to that slide. So operational expenditure 2.2 million. So what does that include?
Interest expense.
Pardon?
Interest expense.
Oh, it's interest expense.
Yeah. So that sits as an expense. So it's down the operating expenditure for Treasury.
Okay. So second question, which maybe you've just answered by the first question. If we look at the investments that we have, say, in ICHL, does the return exceed the rate of interest on the borrowings that we have? I mean, the infrastructure returns, level returns, so the returns are very small.
The return is very small at the moment.
Return's very small. So basically, if I subtract 2.2 from 7.4, I get 5. The total value of those assets would be, I don't know, 500 million or something, or 400 million. So you're looking at 1 or 2% return on assets.
I need to have a double.
Right, and it may be 3 or 4% or something like that return on equity. But the borrowing rate exceeds that at the moment. So I mean, I guess I just come back to, we've discussed this before, whether it would be more sensible for us to no longer own some of those and retire debt. And I don't know if we've ever came to a kind of final. I've never really heard an explanation of why we would not do that, and it might be that it's an appropriate thing to do, but just kind of prima facie, if you look at the numbers, you really would say, well, why it's got such a low return, why would we want to continue owning those assets? That's a question, actually.
And that's a question that we need to look more closely at during the LTP.
Yeah, I just kind of feel as though we lightly rub against that question in several sessions without ever really getting to chasing it down to an answer.
Grant.
Well, Michael's got a question.
Sorry, Michael.
Yeah, thank you. Through yourself, Chair, I can answer a little bit of what Tom's trying to allude to in relation to that. With the the gap that you talk about and the dividend associated to your holding company, any reduction from perspective of the sales proceeds will impact on your ability to borrow, because we can borrow based on our net revenue, well, gross revenue, I should say, impact side of it. So that changes your debt cap. It's our debt cap's not based on our asset base, it's based on our ability to create revenue from that perspective and cover that. So if you sell assets to reduce your debt, you're reducing your ability to borrow at the same time. So you've got to take that into account. And this is where Patricia would need to do some work, is looking at which actually has a better financial position for you. Having a less debt cap, or actually having that investment in something like your whole co and getting a dividend. So those components do need to be looked at in relation to that. The other side I would say in relation to the holding company per se is that's not really about a significant debt component from that perspective. Yes, it would have an impact being able to reduce debt for council, but we don't actually lend now to holding company directly. We've got indirect components going on different parts, but not directly to them. But we do allow provision in our accounts, which is why we get a high credit rating, is because we're allowing that provision from our accounts perspective. It's one of our safeguards as a council, having that provision there. Whether that's looked at some stage, that's something to consider for your treasury as well.
Yeah, I look, my simplest question at the simplest form would be, do we gain or lose money by owning Holdco?
There's an opportunity for tax advantages that sits within the holding company as well, which I guess we also have to add as a form of income. Would that be fair, Michael?
I'll leave that to Patricia to answer
There
that.
was.
Oh, okay.
Fortunately, there's been a
It's
legislative
not the
change.
tense I wanted to hear.
There has been some advantages with having the holding company from a tax perspective. But that is something that we will come back with as part of the financial strategy.
Thanks. Grant.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think we're leaning into that in August, aren't we, with a sort of whole co-review and financial strategy. Yeah, because I think, and it's my questions or statements similar to Tom's. You know, I suspect that whole co is largely just an asset management entity as opposed to an investment portfolio business. So, you know, in some of the discussion that's been here today, we give them a target rate of return and that's all they achieve. We don't know whether if they could achieve more than that, or we certainly don't want them to achieve less. So I think we do need to have a really good look at, you know, our strategic asset play, understand the debt cap thing, but, you know, we'd be releasing a lot of debt at 4% borrowing cost, and we lose a little bit of capacity in our debt cap from $5 million worth of revenue. So I would say the offset would be advantageous. And then it may be, if we decide to change to an investment portfolio approach to Holdco, we create capacity in our balance sheet to chase higher returns. Now that comes with risk, I understand that, but we certainly need to be trying to drive the maximum return from that portfolio within our risk appetite to try and offset some of the costs we've just covered in the previous sessions around, you know, costs aren't going backwards, so we've got to drive our assets harder. So I think, you know, that's where we need to head to. And so when's that discussion? August?
August.
And we'll get the sufficient papers to
September.
support it?
What was it, Rhiannon? 26th of September.
So we'll get those papers on those investment returns, and
I'll have some information for you ahead of time for that one.
thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
Oh, I had one other, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, just with regard to investment properties, what's the capital value of those investment properties, roughly?
17 million? Oh, no. We just had the valuation done. 17 million.
17, yeah.
17 million.
And what are the restrictive barriers to divesting those assets?
The debt on some of those. So some of those are fully debt funded at the moment. And a lot of them are endowment funds, so their funds have to come back into the benefit of the city.
Yes.
So it's restrictive in what you can use the funds for.
They have perpetual tenants on them as well, some of them. So,
But they could potentially become purchasers, right?
correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. No further questions or feedback? Thank you.
Thank you.
Rhiannon, are you comfortable with where we're at? Having taken the feedback, it'll all be noted down and form part of what comes back to us through the LTP process?
Yes, so councillors, you've all had a sheet for the options you've had today. So if you can provide your feedback, that will be used to shape up the final asset and activity plans, which will be brought back for you for decision. So if you could have those available in about a week, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to those that have joined us on the live stream. That concludes this afternoon's workshop.